Hey guys, we are here. We are making molds today. So just a heads up, a little bit of housekeeping, just keeping up on things. I got a Discord set up. I don't know if I mentioned that in the last stream. So it's creatively underscore cursed. Yeah, just like the YouTube, just like the Twitch. Speaking of which, if you're watching on either of those two platforms, I'd really appreciate a subscribe and a like. Obviously, every little bit kind of helps to promote the channel and grow an audience that can start to learn right along with you guys. So first things first, join the Discord, throw a subscribe my way, that'd be awesome. Couple of likes, you know, not picky. So let's go over what we're going to be doing today. So first things first is if you followed the last stream, we were working on this mold right here. If you remember, many of you probably did. It was pretty long, but we got the mold made, and we have to put keys in, and we have to build walls. And then I already weighed out some silicone, but then we're gonna pour silicone into this. So before we get started with that, I wanted to go over something else real quick. Part of the other aspect of this live stream is that we're going to be coating the inside of the lifecast that we took about a week ago. We're going to be coating that with silicone, or I'm sorry, with clay, and then backfilling it with foam. So the first thing we have to do is cut up a bunch of clay to put in the oven and liquefy it. So I already have the oven going right now with a pot full of some clay. I turned it up to about, I want to say about 250. No, I'm sorry, it was like 225. So it's liquefying that right now, but I don't know if there's enough in there. So we have to cut up some clay and then put it back in the pot to make even more. That way, while we're working on the mold, the clay that we cut up is melting and we can cast it into the life cast. So before we get started with the putting the keys in the mold, we're going to cut up a bunch of clay. It is absolutely as exciting as you think it is. But we can kind of go over the clay, we can talk, we can hang out for a little bit while I'm cutting it up. We're going to cut up, I don't know, 4 to 6 blocks of clay. The reason we chop it up to put it in the oven is because you can kind of see here, I'm actually going to grab it. So this is NSP Medium Chavant. It is a big chunk of clay. Let me show you guys here a little bit closer what we're looking at here. So it's a pretty beefy chunk of clay, and it's pretty hard. So what we want to do is chop this up into little bits, because if you put this whole thing in the oven, it's going to take longer to melt down. So we don't want it to take longer to melt down. We want it to melt down swiftly. So we're going to cut it up into little chunks. So let's get started with that. I have a couple of cameras per usual set up in different areas today. So hopefully we can capture pretty much everything we're working on as it happens. Unfortunately, this camera that I just switched to, it's on the table. So as I'm chopping things up, it might vibrate a little bit. This one, on the other hand, is not. So I think we might try and stick with that as our main camera. So just FYI, for those of you, if anyone is on Reddit, we are streaming live as well. That's a new one. It's a new one today that we're streaming to Reddit. So if you guys are there, you can, if you want to see better views of what's going on, go over to creatively underscore cursed on Twitch or YouTube, and you can find us there. So first things first. Let's start cutting up some clay. So we have, like I said, 4 to 6 blocks. There's quite a bit in that pot that I didn't think was there. So let's cut this up and kind of go from here. So the first thing we have to do is all these clay blocks, I'm wrapped in like a cellophane, like a plastic wrap, for what you would expect. And let me grab another one just in case. I want to show something else here real quick. So as you can tell, the across the board here. This is called NSP, or well, the company is Chavant. I actually, just for those of you who are interested and don't know, was bought out by Smooth-On, the silicone manufacturer. I don't know if they're selling directly from themselves right now or if you still can buy Chavant elsewhere, but Chavant is a very, very popular special effects product. Not just special effects, I mean, back in the day they actually used to sculpt like little models of cars, even the big parts of cars, the outer shells, the dashboards, the whole 9 yards, out of this stuff. It's been around for a long time. It is a sulfur-free, oil-based clay. It's awesome because you can heat it up and you can liquefy it. You can just make it soft by putting it under a heat lamp. There's literally dozens of stuff, dozens or slash infinite numbers of things you can do with this clay. I don't remember how much it is. I want to say it's like about $10 to $15 per block of clay. And for those of you who don't know, it's 2 pounds per block. Places I'd check out, you can try Amazon. Monstermakers.com sells this stuff. It also is in different, you can use different colors. This I think they call gray, but I think you can get it in brown as well. But we're using gray today. So again, so you can kind of see these are the two different types, or the same type, one's wrapped and one's unwrapped. Usually I try and cut it. I don't know if I'm gonna have the wherewithal today to cut it in as many pieces as I usually do, but I figure, I don't know. It's gonna probably, each piece is gonna end up somewhere between, I'd imagine, 10 and 15 pieces. And we're gonna use, let me show this up. We're just gonna use a basic putty knife to cut it up today. So it is hard. I mean, it's called medium, is its softness, but even the medium can get pretty hard. Our studio is pretty warm, or I'm sorry, pretty cool. So the colder it is, the harder it gets. The warmer it is, the softer it gets. So I want to say it's maybe 60 degrees in here, something along those lines. So it might be a bit of an effort today to chop it up, but it's neither here nor there. You might say, Mike, do I have to chop it up? You don't have to chop it up. You could just throw it in if you have enough time for it to melt. But again, today we're working on that mold, and then we're doing the life cast. So I want to make sure that this is all melted for the life cast by the time we're done with the mold. So I have the oven. It's a convection oven, so it's moving air around inside. Inside the oven, I think I have it set to, I want to say it's like 225. And it's already been baking for a while. So, all right, let's get started. Again, if you have any questions, go ahead and comment, and I'll try to do my best to answer them. Here we go. Like I said, and it's good to stand, you know, that way you can really put your leverage into cutting the clay. So, not gonna lie, it would be helpful to have a really sharp putty knife. Sometimes we do sharpen the putty knives for this exact purpose. It's not super required though. So you can see, where can I move these so you can kind of see how big they are. So that's about the size that I'm cutting them up to be. Chavant is my go-to when it comes to oil-based clay. There's other products, of course, that you can use. I think there's Monster. Monster clay is a really popular one right now. I'm not a fan, but you can use it. It is softer, a little bit easier to work with, but Chavant, it's awesome. One other thing I want to mention, you shouldn't heat up Chavant any further. Let me change out real quick. You shouldn't heat up Chavant any more than you need to do the job that you're doing. Chavant can, if you heat it up too much, it can change the build of it. So if you heat it up too much, it's almost like burning the clay. It makes it harder. The oils can separate. There's any number of reasons that you don't want to overheat it. So it's better to put it at, like I said, 200 to 225 degrees Fahrenheit, and just wait it out. Check on it, stir it. We use wooden paddles, I'll show you, paint sticks. We use paint sticks to stir it and keep it all meshed together. because let's say you pour a bunch of, you pour the clay in when it's hot into a mold, you pop it out, and you're working on the piece that comes out. If you burned it, that clay is going to be much different than the original clay. So if you're using the original clay to patch, to do fixing, it's going to be a different type of density. It's essentially like, again, it's like burnt. We don't want burnt clay. So just a heads up on that. So going back to it here. Again, if you're watching along on Reddit, please feel free to join creatively_cursed on Twitch or YouTube. You can see all the different camera angles, a lot closer of the work we're doing here today. Again, the smaller you make it, you can go again and make it about yay size. But we have a lot of blocks to cover today, so I'm just trying to, like I said, probably 10 to 15 pieces is probably going to be good. It does start to wear on your hands. Like I said, it's nice sometimes to have a sharp putty knife to do this. Don't mind any weird noises you hear in the background. We still have our, we still have our air compressor hooked up today, so that might shoot off at some point. And in advance, I'm sorry. Really appreciate all the views we got doing that mold the other night. I'm going to be doing a lot more of those. Unfortunately, mold making is a very integral part of any sculpture that you make. So every time we make a sculpture, we're going to have to mold it. So I'm just going to put these off to the side for now. Kind of build up a little stack of clay. So again, for those of you who didn't see, NSP medium, some good stuff. I'll just use an X-Acto blade to kind of cut the plastic off. There's no preferred way. You can rip it off too. Financial Mix 6384. You do ceramics? You know everything about everything? What kind of ceramics do you do? I messed around with ceramics when I was growing up. Did some raku firing. That was the main thing. So I like ceramics. Not the biggest fan, but you know. Water clay dries out my hands. I don't like having to fire what I work on. I like sculpting it, taking as long as I want, sometimes too long. That's it. But I have to say, knowing everything about everything, that's pretty impressive. Yeah, you know, actually that reminds me, back in the day, we used to use, you know, when we did ceramics, I'm sure you guys have seen them, anyone who's messed around with clay before, they're the wire cutters. It's like a wire attached to a couple of dowel rods. You can slice clay pretty well. Slip casting, dude, that's cool. I'm trying to think, I don't think I've ever messed around with slip casting. I could be wrong, but that's where you liquefy. Slip is liquefied water-based clay, if memory serves me. Just take water-based clay, add a bunch of water to it, and it becomes a liquid. And then you paint it or pour it, and then slosh around a slosh mold into a mold, and then it dries and you shrinks and you can pull it out. And you can fire it after it dries, becomes greenware or whatever. You made shitty mugs for a Renaissance festival. Dude, whatever, you know. Did they sell? That's the question. Did your shitty mugs sell? You made money on them. They weren't that shitty, right? So we've been doing this, what, maybe 5-10 minutes. I'm barely through my second block. It takes some muscle. It takes some muscle to break through this oil-based clay. Yeah, you mess around with water-based clay for a long enough period. That's not what this is. People who do ceramics know exactly what I'm talking about. Your hands start cracking. All that water, your hands in them all the time. No bueno. Again, you guys, if you're on Reddit, swing over to Twitch and YouTube, creatively_cursed. You guys get to see the 4K HD going on. You can subscribe and follow too. I know that's what you're all about, right? Showing love. Pastor molds. Your boss makes a lot of money, but you don't. Sounds like you should go into business for yourself, man. Yeah, I never did it myself, but my father, when he was doing ceramics, I seem to remember making a mold out of like, I think it was hydrocal. Unlike ultracal and other types of plaster, hydrocal wicks away moisture a lot better. So if you have a mold that you want to do ceramics in, you have to make sure that it wicks away the water really, really well. So it's certainly more porous. That way the product that you put in there shrinks enough that you can get it out without breaking it or having too many undercuts. If you followed the last stream I did, we kind of went over undercuts, but it's one of those things where just until you do it, you don't really know what an undercut is. But that is one of the really important parts of being a mold maker, is finding undercuts and making sure that they don't prohibit your ability to manufacture whatever product it is that you're trying to get out of the mold. All right, we have quite a lot of clay. I don't know if you guys can see this here. Let's see, switch over to cameras real quick. Nice big old pot of clay going right here. And that's 2 blocks of clay right now, but we're working on a few more, so. Random logging 1. Dude, what's up? God, I love Reddit. You guys are so fucking cool. This is why I'm trying to get you Reddit guys to come on over to Twitch and YouTube, man. I got way better camera setups, 4K, okay? But you guys show so much love on Reddit, I love it. Right now, I'm cutting up clay that we're gonna put inside of the oven, and we're gonna melt it for pouring into a silicone lifecast we did about a week ago, so that we can make a clay positive that I can sculpt and fix. But first thing, as annoying as it sounds, is we have to cut up a bunch of clay so it melts evenly and efficiently. Black Phillip joining us on on Twitch, man. Again, thank you. Big help. You know, Kyle623, we can talk about my beautiful beard. We absolutely can. Actually, it's not as beautiful as it usually is. It's a little crazy right now. But remember, like I said, you guys gotta head over to YouTube. Go to YouTube. Watch this shit on YouTube. Subscribe too. There's some great camera angles you guys are missing out on Reddit. Oh, so this is the third. Jesus, this is the third block of clay that we're cutting through. I'd be lying if I said it is not starting to hurt my hands. Be careful with this plastic. Be careful with what plastic? What am I being careful about? I mean, I should be careful. There's any number of things that could go wrong. When you do this kind of thing, anytime someone says be careful, I get very freaked out, because it's like, dude, don't jinx me. I could literally accidentally slip and like cut off a finger or something like that. Let's not talk about that. I don't know what plastid is, man. You know what? I'm just gonna, you do you, bro. You do you. All right, we're almost done with this piece. Then I'm gonna go get the hot metal bucket of liquid clay that we already have. Throw this inside of it. Hopefully I'll be able to show you guys what's going on with that. So. Okay, cool. So, like I said, the oven is kicking on, I think I said 225-ish. It's baking the clay right now. It's liquefying it. We have this huge stack of clay that we need to throw in it. So I'm going to run over there real quick, grab that, come back, throw the clay into there and put it back in, and we'll cut up maybe 2 more blocks. I think we'll be good to go. These are my wonderful heat mitts in all of their glory. I'll be right back. Jesus. Told you I'd be right back. It was that quick. Okay, we're gonna go handheld for a second. I wanna show you guys what this is like inside here. So bear with me. Camera 3 probably. Here we go. I'm gonna lift this up and you can see how lovely, messy, and nasty that is. But that's liquid clay, okay? So we are going to probably go. Here we go. Okay, so we're going to go and put all this clay right here inside here. One thing I want to mention, despite the fact 225 is hot, so you don't want to mess around. This stuff can burn you really bad. I've heard stories of people pouring liquid clay into molds. The mold's breaking open, it landing on their feet, their skin just like fucking falls off because of how hot it is. If you ever messed around with a hot glue gun, you get hot glue on your hands and you're like, you try to like wipe it off, there's nothing you can do, it just burns. So be very careful, don't get it on you, especially, you know what, for all argument's sake, I'm just gonna say, generally speaking, if you're doing this and you're not experienced, you should probably do your best to wear safety protection, maybe gloves, safety glasses, whole 9 yards. I've probably done this 2,000 times, but even I could get injured. So be careful. The heads up, my YouTube channel is creatively_cursed. Check it out. We're live streaming there too, lots of other videos. So, all right, cool. So we just took those 3 blocks of clay worth and put it inside here. I'm gonna run back again, put this in the oven. We're gonna cut up 2 more blocks. Oh, I think that'll be good enough to do the thing layer. And while we're doing that, here I'll show a video again real quick of the of what it looks like inside there, so you have a reference point for later. So it's all sitting there. You can see it. And that's going to all become liquid, just like what you saw earlier. So that's what we want. We want it liquid so that we can pour it, paint it on, whatever the case may be. So I'll be right back, guys. So yeah, that's in the convection oven. Again, it's important, you can use any type of oven. just please don't use whatever oven you cook with. You don't want to. You don't. You should, if you get into this thing and you need an oven or you need something, buy a cheapy microwave and soften your clay in there. But whatever you do, do not use an oven that you use for your food. It's just not a good idea. So we have a convection oven dedicated to our studio here. And again, it's set to about 225. I guess by the time we're done with the mold, all that should be liquefied. So we'll see where that is. How are we doing here, guys? Everyone hanging in? Cool, cool. Random login, thanks for subscribing, dude. I appreciate it. You're awesome. So yeah, and actually if you subscribe, you can see the beginning part of the mold that we made the other day that we're going to start working on in a second here. But we're going to cut up 2 more blocks of NSP medium clay. So let's do that. I'm going to switch camera views again. You can watch my mad cutting skills. Hang 10 real quick, guys. Let me check something out. Just make sure we're doing good. Yeah, no, we're doing good. That's awesome. Okay, cool. All right, so back to it. Again, I'll just use here it is, an X-Acto blade, cut open the plastic this is covered in. Use this clay, it's awesome. I'm not a plastic artist either. I don't know what that means, dude, but I love you. I love you either way. You know what, if I come out with a clay, if I ever design my own clay, I'm going to call it plastic. I mean, this stuff's called plastilina, so. Okay, cutting it up again. Another 2 blocks, and then we can go throw this in the oven with the rest, and then we'll be good. We can start working on the mold again. Yeah. I thought about doing all of this cutting of the clay off stream, but then I was like, then you guys don't get to experience the joy that is cutting up Chavant clay. You think this is bad? Again, this is the medium hardness. It could be way worse. If we were cutting up the hard, quote unquote, clay, we'd be here forever. That stuff sucks. You'd almost want to warm it up a little bit, maybe under a heat lamp or something. Oh, one other thing, if you guys are interested, I do have a Discord. I ask everyone to go ahead and join that. Share your artwork if you're an artist. We have channels for painting, photography, the whole 9 yards. It's creatively_cursed, just like the YouTube and the Twitch. Hopefully we can build a group of people that are IRL artists, you know, ceramics, just like the guy who was talking about making all the mugs with slip casting. You know, there's tons of people out there that don't even understand what that is, and could learn a lot from what you shared. So check out the Discord for sure. Hey man, what, you know, it would, how long it would take to mold a piece on average? I'm guessing you're saying like, how long does it take to mold something? That really depends on the piece. The thing that we're going to go into later today, really, I mean, I built the first half of it in 3 hours, and we're probably going to have an hour into it today at least. And then, yeah, I mean, probably something small, it takes a couple few hours depending on the material you're using. Something big, something really big. I mean, see the cool behind the scenes stuff that they did on, say, like Jurassic Park, where they were molding full-size dinosaurs. You know, that takes a long time. It takes a lot of talented people. They never have one dude working on it either. It's a whole team. But it can take a while, especially if you're really focusing on getting really nice sharp edges. It can take a bit of time. So I'd say it's little. I mean, you can mold something really fast. I could, I don't know, take this screwdriver, glue it hot. You know, hot glue it to a cup and just pour in silicone. I mean, that's like 20 minutes, maybe. So depends on what you're molding. Come up with the idea of yeah, no, we're doing silicone molds too, which I think are a lot easier. You don't have to worry about undercuts as much. We're going to be doing, yeah, like literally a molding silicone mold. That'll be way easier than we were doing, like, say, ultracal or resin. Actually, as soon as we're done cleaning this this clay up, I'm going to show you guys an example of a mold, just so everyone's pretty much on the same page as to how that works. So. Sometimes that happens too. Be wary. Yeah, I'm really a bit tricky. Really hoping to get the, I'm gonna do, since Reddit's so awesome, I'm gonna do get the RPan studio set up eventually. I was just having some issues with it. I want to be able to show the different camera angles there too. It's kind of hard to see sometimes from a distance what someone's working on, especially once we get to that mold making. It's going to be tricky. We're so close. We're so close, guys. Let's wrap this up. Go. Alrighty, so that's it. That should be enough clay. So we got this stack, and we have this stack. So again, I'm gonna go grab that. Pot out of the oven, bring it back. You guys will be able to see at that point, especially, well, specifically if you're on the YouTube or Twitch, be able to see what that clay we put in there looks like now. Probably doesn't change that much. You might notice that the surface of the pieces starts to get shiny. That's the oil coming out of the clay as it starts to melt. So let me go grab that real quick. I'll be right back. Awesome. And I'm back. So, damn, it's hot. Okay, so I'm gonna switch to that other camera view again real quick. Blam. So you guys can kind of see in here. Hasn't really changed a whole lot, but you can see it's quite soft now, which is super awesome. It's starting to heat up. So we're just gonna take all this clay that we just cut and drop it on in. Clay soup. Second channel. I don't know if I'm gonna start. Let me get my first channel off the ground. We'll worry about a second channel later, okay? VURFYI. That's lingo, dude. I'm new to this. I don't know all your fancy lingo. Okay? I don't. Sorry. Alright. That clay's cut up, put in here. That should be more than enough for us to do what we gotta do. So we're gonna throw this in the oven and then we're gonna start making keys. A little bit less energy after cutting up all that clay, so I'm excited. I'm gonna throw this back in there. Okay, we're back in all of its glory. So, and it's just like me to forget a piece of clay. That's okay. We don't need it. Fuck it. Okay. Cut up all the clay. Gonna move some stuff around. So, we're gonna work on this mold now. Let me switch camera views for you guys real quick here. Yeah, this one will do. So, last time on mold making, we finished building this wall right here. And the only thing left to do, if you guys were there, was to put some keys in and to build a box around it and pour silicone. Now, these are, for those of you who weren't there, the thing we're molding are these hard plastic teeth. This is an upper mouth, so basically the maxilla back, and then the lower mouth, so the mandible, this area. This is going to go inside a very small head, and we're going to, it's going to create we call it a mouth core. It's just a mouth that you can take in and out, but it's a very small one. I mean, this is maybe 2 inches deep. It's a very small mouth. But it's just the teeth, the gums, the upper palate, the tongue, all that. So I'm actually gonna move one of these cameras a little bit closer in hopes that maybe the Reddit folks, if you guys are there, you can see. Again, if you wanna see better video, more up close to what we're working on, jump over to YouTube, creatively_cursed. You can do it there, or Twitch, same name. So, yeah, so let's talk about what we're going to do. So first thing, there's a dozen different ways to do keys. We're going to do inverted keys, meaning right now we're going to sculpt tiny little holes, basically. So that when the silicone goes in, it's going to fill inside those holes. Those holes will create keys so that when we make the other half, it doesn't slide around. The two halves stick together and they're not moving. Another way is to make projected keys, if you will. So you actually add clay to this service. Now, some of you may remember from watching the first time that due to the nature of the wall of this mold, and if you, just so those of you who don't know, the wall is the clay around the sculpture or the item that you're molding. So this clay right here, this is the wall. These are the things we're molding. So you can see there's some ups and downs and some valleys. In a way, those are creating keys. So we're going to go over that real quick. I'm going to show you this mold right here, actually, so you guys can kind of see. So this is a mold. We're going to go to a different camera angle here, show you guys. Okay, so this is a mold. These areas that you see, these dugout areas, or these things right here, these are called keys. So that when you have your two-part of a mold, your two molds put together, the two parts, right? Those keys create it from sliding. So normally if there were no keys, it could slide back and forth. We don't want that. The keys lock it together. So this is a hard mold. We're not doing a hard mold. We're going to be doing a silicone mold, but it keeps it locked together. Do I know about screen printing? I know I know a little bit about screen printing. I understand the idea behind it. I've never done it. I think it's actually, that's something I've always wanted to get into, but I have enough expensive habits. I don't need to add another expensive habit, but I love screen printed shirts. It's something I very much dig, so. I buy most of my shirts from a company called, I'm too new to have any sponsors, but I buy all my shirts from a company called Fright Rags and Rotten Cotton, which is all graphic tees from like horror movies and stuff like that. So I'm very much a fan of any company that does screen printing. It's super, super awesome stuff. So let's get back to this. So, where were we? Ah, yes, adding keys. So let's get into that. Kind of went over why keys are important. Now we have to add them. That mold I had up here a second ago was an example of a hard mold. And this is going to be a soft mold. So you want your keys to be a little bit different. We want more keys, but that are smaller. So we're going to take this tool. I believe on the whole, these are called like ribbon tools. I don't know if you guys can see that. And we're going to basically use it kind of as a drill to just kind of drill in and create the keys we need. So I'll try and explain as we go along what we're doing. So let's get started. Okay. Oh, another thing is, depending on where you place your keys, if you're doing those, what I was called like building a key out, you want to try and keep it a little bit further away from your sculpture. It's not necessary, but it's a good idea. I actually have this piece of clay right here. I'll kind of show you. Imagine your key was this chunk of clay right here. You'd want to kind of have it out up against where the wall will be. But we're doing inverted keys, and it's going to be a silicone mold. So we want a few more keys with sharp edges that are going to be closer to the sculpt, so that not only does it not slide around, but those seam lines we're making are sharp. They're right next to each other. They're where they're supposed to be. There's no deformation. Silicone bends, it moves, it deforms. You want the keys to make sure it holds it in place. So let's get started. But we're going to put one major key right here. So you're going to see I just kind of twist this piece and creates a hole. Switching camera views, maybe you guys can see that's wishful thinking it is. So there we go. So it created a little hole right there. So we're just gonna, but you can see it also pushed up a bunch of this this clay and created an ugly thing. So we're just gonna go in and cut off what we don't need, which is right there. Voila. So you guys know that's gonna be part of the plan. You can go in, if you've deformed the hole a little bit, go in and reform it. Take off what you don't need again. So kind of know the streamline of how we're going to do this. So I'm going to go in and put all the holes in, then we're going to go through and clean them up like we just did. So Yeah, let's just go ahead and do maybe here. You know what? Yeah, so we have a little bit of a ridge right here that I want to put a key in the dead center there. So we're just going to do one right here. I've even in the past, I've used drill bits to do this, like big drill bits. And it works. Just use your hand. Don't actually use a power drill. It's a bit excessive. So. You can kind of see how I'm starting to space them out. You know, I'm really feeling, there's this ridge here. I don't really want to affect that, but I feel like there should be a key in between here and here just to keep everything uniform. Unfortunately, that falls right on that ridge. So, there we go. So the interesting thing about this is that this is a generational mold, meaning we're going to use this mold one time to create, interestingly enough, silicone versions of these hard plastic mouth pieces. Once we have silicone versions, we're literally going to redo this again in a hard material, much like that Aluma resin that I showed earlier. It's called Aluma resin because there's literally aluminum particles mixed in with the material to prevent shrinking during curing, which a lot of polymers, epoxies, polyurethanes, and things like that will actually shrink during the curing process. The aluminum filler prevents that from happening. But either way, I'm going to create silicone versions of these out of this mold. And then we're going to mold that out of a hard material, something like Aluma resin or Ultra Cal 30 if you guys are familiar with that. You know what? Thank you for the comment on my majestic beard. All credit goes to my wife, who helps me manage the beard, although right now she would probably deny anything to do with it because of the fact that it is very disheveled, and she doesn't like taking credit for my disheveled look. She's a barber, and she's fucking awesome, so. You know what? I shouldn't have brought her name up. I'm sorry. She's not watching, but I'm sorry. All right, our keys are kind of willy-nilly. For Reddit, I'm going to kind of show a little bit. But if you guys are on Reddit, you should definitely go over to YouTube and Twitch, creatively_cursed, and give us a subscribe and watch there. We have a lot of different camera angles, and I believe, all things going well, we are streaming on 4K, so you can see a lot more detail. Anyhow, you can see we've placed our holes. They're kind of willy-nilly, but they're there. And the holes will act as keys. So there is no rhyme or reason as to where the keys have to go, how close they have to be together. I'm sure some people have opinions on that. In this case, in this project, I don't really give a shit. So we're kind of working a perimeter right now. Normally, I would have keys, you could put keys right through here. I don't see a purpose in doing that because once this side's poured and we demold it, I'm going to put a pour spout right here. So that's where the material, when we go to create this product, will be poured in. So I'm not putting keys right there. So I'm going to keep putting keys here though. So moving on. Forgetting keys and forgetting pry points is shit you don't want to forget. We don't have to worry about pry points because we're making a silicone mold. But if we were not making a silicone mold, we were making a hard mold, fiberglass, resin, or Ultra Cal, which is Ultra Cal 30 is a plaster. If we were making that, you definitely want to put pry points in, and pry points are pretty much what they sound like. It's an area where there is no mold wall. It's a negative space where you can put a flathead screwdriver in and a pry, so you can crack it open. Silicone molds, you really don't have to worry about that. Going willy-nilly with my key placement. You guys are welcome. If you guys are on Reddit too, go throw me a fucking subscribe or follow. I don't even know. I'm kind of new to Reddit, kind of a Reddit baby, as it was once referred to. But I'm going to be posting there all the time. Probably going to be doing this Reddit live thing quite a bit because you guys are just quality people on Reddit. There's so many people that probably never thought they would hear that. I went over this in my last video, but totally ignoring it right now. You should try and keep your workspace clean. Because otherwise all these little clay pieces are just going to end up on your tools, on your mold. Plus, even these little pieces, they add up. Clay is not cheap. Like I said earlier, I think one of these Sculptex is a little bit different, which is what this is. I want to say it's like $12 to $15 a block. Just in those little pieces, I already basically got like that much from it. So hold on to your clay. Don't let it go bad. So, okay, we've gone through, messed up our lovely wall with all these holes, and now we have to go through and trim up all the, obviously when you shove a tool into clay kind of spreads out, kind of flowers out. So we want to go through and clean all those up so it's a nice flat hole like this. So difference between this and this is very important. So let's do that. I use this tool. I actually mentioned in my last stream that I thought this tool had gone missing, but it's not. It's a wicked shop. It's wicked shop tool right here. I can go in and kind of razor blade off this, what you'd call it, maybe like clay flashing or something along those lines. So we're just going in and cutting off the excess. We basically want, for those of you who remember when we first started this mold today, or when we were working on it last time, we want to basically have just a wall with holes in it. We don't need any of this extra stuff that came up at all. The more machine-like you can make it, the better your mold will be. So a drill bit, like I had used before, works a little bit better than that tool that ribbon tool I was using. Helps extract the clay instead of just pushing it up, which is no bueno if you can avoid it. Yeah, okay. Let's see here. You might say, well, Mike, those aren't perfect yet. And they very much are not perfect yet. But we're going to go in and just kind of smooth with those rakes. If you guys watched the last video, you'll know what I'm talking about. The rakes are a really great smoothing tool. We'll go around each hole and make it better yet. So. So let me know how the audio is doing too, because those of you on Twitch and YouTube, I'm using a wireless mic, and in the past is known to give me problems. I have every reason to believe it's working right now, but who knows the future. So excited to wrap this project up. Get to work on some miniature hands and arms for that little goblin model next. So for anyone interested in making maquettes or like small little well, frankly, non-posable action figures, but something about yay size, it'll be a really cool video that we work on. So not to mention that lifecast, when that's done, we'll be making a matrix mold, which is kind of the as far as I'm concerned, it's kind of the holy grail of mold making once you learn how to do it. Video is coming from only the left speaker. Sounds splendid. So, you know what, guys? Hang 10 real quick. I'm going to do some audio fixing, so bear with me here. Okay, so where are we at? For those of you watching, thank you for being patient. I really appreciate it. Audio, and this, I can output. Let's see if it's working now. Just give me a second while we work out some of this troubleshooting, guys. Okay, I think I know what it is too. Hello? There we go. So Black Phillip, thank you so much for that help. I think we just fixed it. Kyle, if you're watching, I should have probably told you to come in and give me a hand, but alas, I thought I could handle it. So we're gonna move back to monitor off. Kick back that music back on, guys. Sorry about that. Oh, there we go. I bet you that it probably helps. So, all right, anyhow, where were we? Yes, audio is good on mobile. You guys, that's the one nice thing you have about recording from your phone is you don't have to worry about all the bullshit with the computers. It's stressful, to say the least, so. All right, going back to it, guys. Ah, yes, that's where we were. It's sad that I knew what that audio problem was, too. Something I should have double-checked. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 6. We have 8 more that we're going to clean up here. Then we get to start hot gluing cardboard walls. Those of you who made art out of cardboard are going to love that. I've done a ton of stuff with cardboard, but once you start mold making, cardboard is your best friend. Actually, when we get to that point, someone remind me to bring up Legos, because I know someone who's done some really cool mold making tricks with Legos before, the big ones. Like those kitty ones are like this huge fucking pieces, man. And just cutting those off. I don't know. I was thinking about making a latex mask. I haven't done one of those in a long time. Maybe do that. Might be fun. There we go. Okay, so there we go. So we've trimmed off the majority of the flashing. Sorry guys, I realized we've trimmed off the majority of the flashing from all those holes we did. So interestingly enough, while doing that, so the tool, you know, is moving in and it's distorting the clay. So we're just going to go through, twist this a couple of times in each of the holes to make them again holes. Then we can use another sculpting tool to go in and flatten and really clean up all the holes that we made. I cannot stress enough that keys are important. You don't ever want your keys designed to lock it in, which until we do is going to be a little bit difficult to explain. But if you notice that these keys, I'm using this tool, okay? I'm bringing it down and I'm twisting. It's a straight up and down, okay? I'm not going in at a corner. Now, that might be a good example actually. If the tool is going in like this at an angle and I you know, hollowed it out like these holes that I have here, when the material comes in, it's going to go under that hole. And then when we go flip it around to do the other side, it's gonna, the material that we do on the other side is gonna wrap around that hole or, you know, cover it. And it's gonna create a lock. You won't be able to get it out. So it's very important that your holes or your keys in this, at least this example, are very much up and down. You want your straight up, straight down. So. Poop Crayon. Dude, these are some awesome names on Reddit. You guys are so fucking creative. Dare I say cursed? You're creatively cursed. That's it's running gag. Okay. So it's smoothing time. We went through, redefined those holes. Now we're going to smooth them out. So what tool do we want to use? We have some Turpenoid. If you remember from the last stream, we'll probably use some of that again today. But we're probably going to use this tool. For those of you who weren't here, this is a brass tubing with a bass string that has been cut and modified. It's basically a fine rake as far as the tool goes. There's some companies that actually make these. And you can use these to, I refer to them as almost like a 400 to 600 grit sandpaper for smoothing. So it's not as great as like 1,000 or 2,000 grit. It's not wet sanding, but it starts to help smooth your clay. If any of you guys want to see some up close, I know you really can't see much on YouTube or on Reddit, jump over to YouTube, creatively_cursed, same with Twitch. Throw a follow or subscribe my way. I won't complain. It'll be awesome. So, let's see here, guys. So we're going to go ahead and start smoothing this out. Now, another thing that should be pointed out, clay it's finicky, you know. So as you're smoothing, you might be pushing clay back in the hole. You might be narrowing that hole again. It becomes less symmetrical, or you know, you're just deforming the hole by doing the smoothing. So you might need to go back and forth between this and this. General rule of thumb, stick your tool, stick the tool into the center of the hole, drop down, pull out. You know it. That will help avoid deforming it too much, because it's going to pull the clay outside of the hole, not pushing it inside of the hole, which is what deforms it. So there, that's a pretty good one. Not to mention, we are going to go through with a paintbrush and some Turpenoid to help knock down some of these edges. Just a heads up. So going back through. For those of you who weren't here last time, when you're raking, even in a scenario like this, it's good to try and throw some angles. You know, not just raking the same spot in the same direction, rake in multiple ways if you can. And maybe at different pressures too. You don't always have to do it super hard, super soft. It depends on the effect that you're going for. I mean, it can be really frustrating too as you're doing this, and you keep just touching the clay, it's moving clay into the hole. You don't want to do that. You want to try and keep it all out, but just a balance going back and forth. So, trying to figure out the best way to see all these as I'm working on them. It might be better. Okay. Yeah, it's better. Not perfect, but it's okay. Those of you on Reddit, thank you, because this is my first like official live stream. I did a test earlier today. This is my first time. But it doesn't make it easy, man. You can't just jump on and go live. You gotta earn that shit. getting in there, making sure that you're keeping that wall as flat as possible. It can be tricky to do. Hey. As you can see, this is why I wanted to get all that clay chopped up and put in the ovens, because I knew this would take a grip. But I'm really excited to go over the use of the Degasser too. One of the coolest toys you get to play with in an effects shop for sure. It's going to be a very small part of the video, but it's a lot of fun. Working on getting my setup at home too, so we can start working on some new sculptures, fun stuff, so that we can stream from home and just do like little sculpting videos. I think that'll be really exciting. Check something real quick here, guys. Oh. Okay. So anyone got any fun plans this weekend? I mean, if you're sitting here watching me, I'm guessing this is the extent of your weekend, but what you guys up to, huh? Anything interesting? Come on, throw it at me. Skydiving, huh? Maybe? No? Okay, I wouldn't blame you. Fuck that. They need to put some good fucking movies out there already. I think the last thing I watched was Antlers, that was worth watching, and even then that was meh. So, I shouldn't say that. There were parts that were really cool, but otherwise, the movie was a piece of shit. Just like the Matrix movie, which was really, really sad. Very sad movie. Watched a reality, I don't know, call it like a reality TV show called Cheer. My wife was watching it. It's about competitive cheer, like cheerleaders. I was like, that was very sad to watch. Very, very sad. So again, dude, Black Phillip, Matrix was garbage. I had such high hopes. I don't know how a movie, dude, I don't know how a movie made, what, 20 years afterwards? Even if you want to just say it was going to be a cheesy sci-fi flick, I don't understand how a movie like that became so shitty. Like, even the action sequences were garbage. And there's no excuse. It's not like Keanu Reeves is like over the hill. Motherfucker's still doing goddamn John Wick movies. I was so bummed. I was so fucking bummed. And speaking of which, the makeup, whatever they fucking did on that, God, what is Niobe? Is that her name? The black chick from, I think it's Niobe, from the third or second Matrix movie. They had her return, and the makeup they did on her, the old age, was terrible. You have CGI now. Don't even have any excuse. I'm trying to think if there's one good part of that movie that I really liked. It's like some fourth wall, the whole, like, what is it, fourth wall breaking that they did about, like, the Matrix being a video game. I thought was all right, all things considered. And like sitting around the table when they were talking about the new game, that was pretty cool, but overall it was a piece of shit. I wonder if they'll make another one. I wonder if it did well enough. Because I had heard through the grapevine, I don't know if it's true, but that, well, and it would track just, but that it was the most expensive Matrix movie. It was the most expensive one, and it was a piece of shit. That's so sad. So sad. How are we doing, guys? They always yell at me and tell me to change the fucking screen because I'm always messing it up. The ending was the best part. Those credits roll, man, Oscar worthy. Oscar worthy, no doubt. All right, so we have officially finished half of the keys, or at least smoothed them out. See if I can show in a way you guys can see the difference. This is extraordinarily tricky. Something like that. Again, if you guys are on Reddit, jump over to YouTube and or Twitch, the same name that you're seeing on Reddit, creatively_cursed. You can see a little bit better detailed of what we're working on here. You still have a lot more smoothing out that has to happen on this half, but this half is pretty good, not flawless, pretty good. Okay, let's keep on going. I feel like my sculpting game is a little off today. I was up late. We have a new puppy that doesn't like to sleep. And it was, yeah, keeping me up. No fun. No fun at all. You're like, meh? Yeah, you did that. Okay, how are we doing? How are we doing? Doing good. See how quick we can knock these out. I talk less, probably move a little bit faster, but then you guys won't be able to hear my amazing voice and all of my coughing and hacking shit up. Okay, going in here. There's still more I had to take off with this flashing. I don't know that that's what it's called. It seems to be like a common term that's used, whether you're talking about plastic or silicone or foam, they always call stuff that you have to take off, trimming or otherwise flashing. So I think it's just a good fit for clay flashing, you know, it's a thing. Yeah, you basically, you know, again, you know, no matter where your keys are, you always want them to exist as just an adjustment to a completely, ideally, a completely flat plane. So again, if they're holes, you want the plane just moving along, dip down to the hole, and keep going. You don't want them, the holes, to ramp up and then keep, you know, go down to the hole. Hold on 1 second here. No, cancel. There we go. This rolly chair I'm on is leading to some interesting times. I swear I grabbed another tool. I didn't bring it over here. Oh, I did. Hang tight. There's another nice tool I brought up the other day. I actually dropped it on the floor. Just remembered that I dropped it. So it's the same thing. For those of you who might have been watching last time, it's the same thing as the this tool, but there's a flat piece on it. It's instead of a loop, it's flat. So when working on flat planes, it's very nice. The music's still going, yeah? Awesome, cool. I don't get to hear it because I don't have my headphones on. Hope it's not too terrible for you guys that are on Twitch and YouTube. Let's see. Clean that off. There we go. Cool, cool. Oh. Okay, so almost done. 3 more holes, then we get to take the Turpenoid and smooth them out. So that's going to be exciting. Thanks to everyone who's extending my live time on Reddit. I have 100 minutes of airtime left. I don't even know if I'm going to use all that. We'll see. We'll see. It's the beard. It's the magnificent beard, right? That you just want to keep looking at. That's fine. I can't take credit for it. Go. Very tricky. Okay. Let's go and remove some more with this tool here. Blam. Anyone know of any other cool artist streamers? Like anyone? I'm dying to know. I don't care if it's Twitch, YouTube, Reddit, doesn't matter. Anyone? Okay, so there we go. All those holes have been defined a little bit better, cleaned up. There's holes going in. So that's what it looks like. I don't know if you guys can see this on Reddit, but yeah, so the holes have been cleaned. We're going to go through now with Turpenoid, which is an oil solvent. Originally, or classically, I believe Turpenoid is used for cleaning out airbrush. Well, I guess you could use it to clean out an airbrush, but regular oil paint brushes from the oil paint. And this is oil-based clay, so it does kind of follow that it will start to eat away at this. So you can take this and go around with a brush. We use oil paint brushes, and you can smooth out all those lines that that guitar or bass guitar tool left behind. So that's what we're going to do now. This thing, I think I'm going to use, kind of have 3 different types of brushes here. We have, where's the best place I can put this? We have, you know, pointed brushes like this one. And we have more of the flat brushes like this one here. So I think I'm going to use this to go through and clean up those. So blam, Reddit, check it out, different brushes, different uses. If you can't see what I'm doing, it's because you haven't gone over to YouTube and Twitch where you can actually see detailed close-ups of what I'm working on. If you're watching, go ahead and follow, subscribe, whatever it is. Sorry, I keep shilling that, but I feel like it's necessary. It's part of it, right? It's like required. All right, here we go. It's good to go in and just get some laid down in the general areas so it starts to do its chemical, like eating away at the surface of the clay. And go through and just kind of put some on every area we're going to work on so it starts to eat away at it first before we go back in and brush it more and more. You'll see me pat it out on the board here because I don't need to put like a ton in there. It doesn't need to start filling up these holes. I just need enough to kind of coat around. When I go back, I'll have started to eat away the clay. So this will be cured by the time we go in and pour our silicone. if you have excessive amounts of terpenoid and you try and pour your silicone mold in the same day, even not silicone, I think the only thing that probably wouldn't be affected by it is maybe ultracal might not be affected, the plaster, but if you're pouring like any kind of urethane or plastic or whatever, you don't want excessive amounts of terpenoid in there. It might create like an inhibition with the material you're making your mold out of. Yeah, I think all told, we will have spent, I don't know, like maybe 4 hours making this mold. Now, admittedly, that's me also kind of talking about it as I go along, but it's probably pretty close to how long it would take to make this mold. You know, the smaller something is, doesn't always, matter of fact, almost certainly doesn't make it easier. The smaller it is, it makes it more difficult, so. Yeah, you want to be careful with terpenoid. If you leave it on there too long, or you have too much on it, it will totally start to like just melt away the clay, and not always for the better. If you were making your mold walls out of water-based clay, which you can do, especially people who make latex masks, you know, when you're sculpting it, you can use water-based clay because you're going to move fast. You're going to use ultracal to mold it. You'd use water instead of terpenoid to do this process. But water, obviously, with oil-based clay would do nothing at all. Just make a big old mess. Okay. Oh, another thing for anyone who's recently joined, you know, we have a Discord we set up. For anyone, if you're an artist at all, I don't care if you draw, like whatever the case may be, we set up a Discord called Creatively Cursed, and you can go and share your artwork there. It's brand new, so if you want to stop by and help populate it, that would be awesome. Creatively_cursed. That is the Discord. We have spots for all different types of art, different channels for sculpting, painting, illustration, whole 9 yards. Create a community of crazy fuckers just like me. That's what I want. We're almost done smoothing this out. Excuse me. And what we're smoothing out again is those rake marks that we left behind using that bass guitar string tool to smooth things out. So. The worst we're going to leave behind now are just brush marks, which is more than okay. Okay. Just double checking it here. Sorry if you guys can't see. The first things first, we're going to show Twitch and YouTube kind of what it looks like. That's it. Those are all the keys right there. They're smooth. There's holes. So once this silicone's in there, it won't be able to move when you have your two different parts of the mold. So that's what we want. And then I'm just kind of seeing some stuff changing. Light is your friend. Always hold stuff at different angles in the light so it creates the shadows where you need to see. So I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see on Reddit, but we added the holes, we smoothed out around the holes, and now we're going to let that dry. I'm going to go check on the clay, see how it's melting. Hopefully it's melting well. That we have in the oven, and then we're going to start building our cardboard walls around this, which should be moderately more exciting than me smoothing stuff out. So give me a second real quick, guys. I'm going to go check on that clay, use my fancy heat mitts, and we'll go from there. Okay, so it's melting wonderfully. The clay is swell. So, yeah, it's getting liquefied pretty nicely. By the time we do this part, we should be good to go with the lifecast, which is by far one of the most exciting things that we're going to be doing today. We're going to be using some hard foam to fill it. So we'll do like a couple layers, right? Clay to get on the outside of the mold or the cast. We'll be backfilling it with hard clay, and I'm really excited for that. Okay. Any questions from anyone watching thus far? Check on some settings real quick. Alrighty. Let's move some of these sculpting pieces out of the way real quick. Sculpting tools. We're going to be working with cardboard next. So main tools for this are likely going to be Sharpie, ruler, X-Acto blade, scissors. Actually, we might need to turn it on, let it warm up a little bit, and our handy dandy hot glue gun, which we're turning on right now. I don't know if any of you have had the pleasure of working with something like this, but it makes those little at-home hot glue guns no joke. So just FYI about that. Big, very long, very long glue sticks. we'll keep this around. I don't know if we'll need it. We have the X-Acto blade. This is pretty much done, so the reason I go over this is, again, just keep your workspace as clean as you can. You don't need excessive tools around, then don't have them around. Go. Gonna fill my vape while this is heating up. The touch, it's getting there. Go. So again, I mentioned this before. Where did I put it? We are just going to use, we have a ton of these things laying around. So we're just going to use a regular old cardboard box to build our walls for this. You might say, hey, Mike, you know, like, I thought this was the wall. Well, there's many walls. So this is our clay wall for sure. But we have to build a containment unit, if you will, for the silicone that we're going to pour in to this. So this right here, actually, this is a container of, it's very thick. You can probably see that, like, I can even turn it upside down and back. It's very thick. This is called V340. It's kind of tricky to come by. You have to have an account with a pretty large silicone manufacturing company, but you can use any number. Any platinum-based silicone you can find will work, especially if it's designed for mold making. So let's talk about that for a second. So mold making silicone is going to be more rigid. It's going to not be as soft. So if you think about silicone, think closer to something like a tire, like that hardness of a rubber. You want it to be hard so that it holds its shape and it holds its form. It's just soft enough so that when you open it, if you have hard stuff like we do today, we have these teeth. They're made out of a very rigid, these are 3D printed, so a rigid plastic. So we can mold, excuse me, we can mold this rigid material out of a soft, quote unquote, soft mold, i.e. silicone. You don't want it too soft because it can deform more. You don't want it too hard because you can create locks. So just a heads up on that. Trying to think if there's a specific product I can remember that is, this is V340 like I said, but Smooth On, the company that I brought up a few different times, they make a couple of different molding silicones. Ooh, cool. So good news, our hot glue gun is ready to go. Hold on a second, let's give you the props. Maybe if I put it through here. Again, if you're going to use a hot glue gun, please, take the proper safety. The stuff that comes out of this, it's really hot. So you don't want to chance getting it on your skin or anything like that. So just FYI. So it's pretty simple what we're going to do. First piece we're going to make out of this cardboard that I just put a bunch of hot glue on. For this box, we might actually end up using these pieces right here. So this is the part that you would fold in to close the box. We're just going to cut this off and use that. So let's switch over to probably, you know what, for this one, let's go this one. You can see a little bit wider what's going on. So we don't need the terpenoid right now. And we're just going to cut, move this out of the way real quick. We're just going to cut this right here. You can use an X-Acto blade or a pair of scissors, doesn't really matter. Try not to mess up your cut like I just did. Remember, if you're using an X-Acto blade or any type of blade, just be careful. They're wicked sharp. Try and always cut away from you. You don't want it to slice open your finger, which, you know, an X-Acto blade or a razor blade of any type will absolutely do very quickly. You don't want to mess around with that. So please be careful. So now we have our wood. Or our wood. Well, it comes from a plant or a tree, you know, paper, cardboard. Very nice. So you can wig out and make these exactly the length you need, or you can do what I'm about to do, which is kind of just use whatever length's necessary. This is a little excessive for what we want, so I am going to cut it probably right about here. So in this case, a pair of scissors works really well. One thing you might want to notice, for those of you who can see, is that I'm leaving excess amount right here, and I'll explain why in a little bit. So I'm going to cut it wider than I actually need going across. So we're just going to do this. Bam, done, done skis. It's going to go right there. So before I glue this in place, I'm actually going to cut the other piece that we need first. So let's take this, kind of push it out of the way, go back to our piece of cardboard. Just right here. This is going to be for the shorter side of the wall. So I'm actually going to take this piece right here, which, interestingly enough, I had already started cutting through. So this is good news. And underneath me is I'm working on a table that has a top that's made out of Delrin, which is a type of plastic. I think this is, it looks like a 1/2-inch Delrin. So just FYI, if you can get your hands on some of this from a local plastic supplier, that's really nice. I believe it's what cutting boards are actually made out of. We cover all of the tables here at our studio out of Delrin, so it's totally worth totally worth checking out. So let's bring this back into play. So this is going to go here, and we know that the next wall is going to go here. Now again, this is basically we're creating a containment area for all the silicone, right? So this is fine as far as its width and length. So I'm going to move this a little bit closer to the camera that's seeing it. This one is excessively long. Again, we can probably cut it right about there back. So we're just going to use a pair of scissors again. Depending on your cardboard, you may need some beefier scissors. These are pretty beefy scissors, and this is some pretty shitty cardboard, so it's not like double ply or anything like that. Okay, so the reason I did this is because, so the wall, let's see if I can show you guys, in an ideal perfect situation, which it's going to be kind of hard to explain now, but when we get to the next stage, it'll be even easier. You want your wall to not be like this, you don't want it to be like that. You want it to be ideally at a perfect 90 or perpendicular to the surface you're gluing it to, okay? And the easiest way to do that is to have a perfect 90 as a reference point. So, blep, just like that, with the sound that I made, blep, that's the noise it makes. So you can butt this up against this piece to know that it's going to hit there, right? You can make the argument that this one could either be like this, right? But we know that doing this, that this piece is going to hold this one in place. I mean, you could even you could put that there too. You know, that's going to it's going to hold this one in place. So let's turn it around here so you can see. It wants to be pretty much like, I don't know, like, so what we're going to do, again, camera view, we're changing it up now. Okay, we're going to take our big, fucking ginormous, huge ass glue stick. We're going to load it into this big bad boy right here. I don't even know if we need it right now. We might. It's a bit excessive. It's a bit overkill. And again, this stuff is really hot. So you have some time. Once it's down, you have some time to work with it, and then you can hold it while it cools. So we're going to put a pretty excessive bead along this line, and then we're going to kind of just hold it in place until it cools. So you guys can probably see just how much we use. We use so much hot glue when making molds. And it's very hot, so it's super liquidy right now. Oh, it does that. That's okay. Look how it's so hot that it's literally taking its sweet ass time to cure. Then we can hold it up against that other piece that we had. This piece right here that we know needs to be at a certain angle. We're just going to hold it there for a second. Let it think about what it's done. Okay? It's starting to cure. It's starting to cool off. Another thing that you're doing at this point is ultimately you're sealing it. So even if silicone gets down around the edges of what you're molding, it's going to hit the wood. It's not going to come out of your box. Again, you're basically creating a containment unit. So we'll see how it goes. The same method can be used for anything. When you hear anyone refer to a box mold, this is what they're talking about. This is even overkill. Technically, we could have made this much shorter, as you can tell. As you can tell that, I mean, this could have been down to here. Like, it doesn't need to be so high, but do what we do. All right, so that's, oh, wow. Yeah, that's on there. That's pretty good. So this was in place. So now again, we want to make sure this is angled the way it's supposed to be angled. So we're going to go ahead and cut another piece like this one for this side. So let's do that. Trying to think how we want to do this. This one is going to be a little bit different than the last one, okay? Push that out of the way. Okay, so let me explain to you why this is, let me explain you why, okay? So first things first, every time that I take this piece of cardboard and I want to glue it down, I always make sure that the manufactured cut, so this was, this cardboard, I just cut this side right here, but this side was the manufacturer, and they have giant stamps that come down and make them, so that this is pretty perfect. It's pretty flat. It's everything we want. So, which means that this corner too, also part of the manufacturer, is also perfect. So you can almost guarantee that this is a perfect 90 of a corner, okay? I always put that down to determine it. So what we're gonna do, and I'll explain why we do this a little bit more in a second, is we need to cut the clay I saved earlier. We want this piece, unlike every other piece, to be kind of measured. So put this here, kind of spacing it out, and then we slide this up, we butt it. We want this piece to be as close to the edge of the mold accuracy as possible. So we're going to mark this right about here, okay? And we want that to be pretty accurate insofar as length goes. So we're going to use this piece as kind of a little bit of a cheating straight edge. That's close enough. Close enough, right? Blam. Okay, you'll see why in a second. So just like last time, we're going to use this piece to determine the 90 degree for this piece. We're going to go like this. Okay. Look, it actually is kind of staying. So that's a win. That's a big win. So now we're going to take this and we're going to hit this side right here. And it's holding itself in position just fine. We're just going to go along, put a big old bead. Those of you on Reddit, check it out. Put a big old bead down of hot glue. We're going to let that cure before we do anything else. We know this is stuck at the 90-degree or perpendicular off of the board. That's what we want. So let's cool that down for a second before we add the next piece. We're so close to getting to show you guys the vacuum or the degasser. I'm super excited about it. See how it's doing. Yeah, it still looks pretty liquidy. You can tell. I don't know if you guys can see it here. Let's see if we can move it in. Yeah, you can kind of tell. For those of you who are on YouTube or Twitch, that's creatively_cursed on either of those platforms. You can jump over there and see what I'm about to show, but you can see this area is already set up. It's hard. All that hot glue that was here is set up. This area here, shiny, starting to cool off. You'd force cool this by blowing on it if you wanted to. Another thing we do is occasionally we use canned air, turn it upside down and spray it. When you turn canned air upside down, it literally sends out, I don't even know, frankly I don't know, but it's freezing. It literally will turn water into ice. It's like sub-zero, just fucking freezing shit, and that can speed up this whole process. So box molds are the easiest molds to make. If you can make, I mean, pretty much, if you could make a latex mask or any head or any large casting out of a box mold and it was affordable, you totally would do it. It's just that when you get to larger stuff, you don't want the mold to be so heavy and cumbersome you can't do it. But for small things like this, a box mold is totally reasonable. So, all right, while that's curing, give me 1 second here. Oh shit, hold on. Okay, so we're doing good. We're doing good. All right. Oh wow, look at that. Yeah, that's already where the focus area of this damn camera is. Sorry about there. It's already to touch set up, so we're good. We're good for the next piece. So if you remember this particular edge where we didn't really care about the lengths of these past two pieces, we absolutely care about this one. But before we add this piece, there's this part right here. So we've glued, you know, we've glued here and we've glued here. We want to glue here too. We want to create again a full containment area. Anything that's liquid, it's totally going to go through this area right here. So we're going to hit that with our big badass fucking hot glue gun. Just like so. It's excessive. I don't care how much hot glue you use. You don't want any leaks. Anything that you pour in there, you don't want any leaks. So another thing you can do, set this down just to confirm, hold this into place at that 90 while this cures. And that'll make sure that when you add this piece, it is where it needs to be. So we're just gonna let that chill out for a second. Okay. The thinner the hot glue goes on, the faster it sets up. But I go pretty excessive with my hot glue. So one other thing we're gonna do, this takes a little bit of time, but it's totally worth it. So you can't probably see on Reddit for sure, but you might be able to see. You know what, we're gonna switch over to this camera real quick. Oh, I'm sorry, this camera. Here we go. Oh, wow. There we go. All right, so Redditors, you can jump over to YouTube if you want, or Twitch, you can see this, but there is a gap between the wall and this, okay? Now, technically, you could not care. I'm not gonna go into why. Reddit people probably really hate this right now, but our air compressor just came on, and I'm sorry about that. But right now, we're going back to this. This wall and on the clay wall, there's a gap. You don't have to care about this. I'm not going to go into why, but I do care about this. So what I'm going to do is go in and add clay, a very small amount, to fill that gap so that everything is tight. I could do it after all the walls are built, but I want to do this now. I want there to not be any gap, and I want to be able to get in from different angles. Once all the walls are built, I've restricted myself. So, you know what? Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go grab some of this clay. One thing I didn't plan for today was using this clay. So give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go grab that. I'll be right back. All right, like I said, I wasn't going to be gone for too long. I grabbed some clay. This again is a piece of clay called Sculptex. You can buy it from you can buy it from a company called Smooth On, and it is sulfur free, which is for the type of mold that we're making. Actually, I want to spend a little bit of time on that real quick. So let's talk about that. So Sculptex is pretty much a replacement for a type of clay that was called clean clay. Its name kind of alluding to the awesomeness of it, but it doesn't have sulfur in it, and sulfur was found in a very popular clay called, I believe it's called Roma or Roma plastilina clay, and sulfur inhibits silicone. I don't know why the fuck they were putting sulfur inside of clay, but it was a very popular component. And so with platinum silicone, when it hits that and it tries to cure when it's touching it, it creates inhibition, and you cannot fix it. So a company, I believe the company was called Clean Clay, came with a product called Clean Clay, creatively enough, that didn't have sulfur in it, and when platinum materials, platinum silicones would touch it, it would cure just fine. That material you cannot get anymore. I believe that Smooth On, when they came out with their Sculptex product, which you can buy on their website, was the replacement for it. So that's what we built the wall out of of this mold, and that's what we're going to use right now. So it's a product called Sculptex, has no sulfur in it. For record, for those of you who were watching earlier, the Chavant clay also is a sulfur-free clay. So it's good for platinum silicone, no problem. The only difference, I believe, I could be wrong on this, but I believe Sculptex is cheaper. Chavant and SP is a little bit more expensive. So just a heads up on that. So let's get back to this mold. Okay, so let's grab my chair. This might take a few minutes here. We are going to fill that gap I was talking about that's between the cardboard and the clay. It's pretty much inevitable while you're building your wall that you'll have this. I have a particular tool that I swear I had out here. Oh, here it is. Completely not where I thought it was. Trying to decide what the best. Would this one work? Yeah, we're gonna have to do this one, which sucks. Yeah, we'll do this one. Okay. So for those of you, again, that are watching on YouTube or Twitch, you guys can see this a little bit closer. Unfortunately, you guys probably aren't going to see this that well. I'm going to go in and fill the gap that exists between the Sculptex wall and the cardboard. So, is there a way I can? Wow, this is going to be unfortunate for sure. All of you might have to suffer if I can't get this figured out. So I'm making a worm, basically, that I'm going to run along the seam between the two things. This is overkill. I'm not going to lie. You don't have to do this. You could just pour, like once your walls are all built, you could just pour silicone in and let it fall. I'm just showing you a way you can avoid that if you are someone who is particularly anal or OCD about your mold walls, which, you know what? I am, so I'm doing it. Trying to be as beneficial to you guys as possible here. Fortunately, all the light is not great. So let's see here. Maybe like meh, maybe. So we just are literally, you know what? I'm curious. If I do this. Oh shit, sorry guys. Sorry about that. We're not ending. It was just, there we go. You guys can see a little bit better. So for those of you, again, on Twitch or YouTube, you can see what's going on a little bit better. So I made this nice long worm that's going to run along the seam. I'm going to go through and I'm just going to push it down. Just pushing it down with this tool to fill that gap. Anyone who's ever had a leaking mold, like, it's not hard to imagine what that is. So a mold that you built a box around, you have walls. I don't care if it's ultracal, silicone, whatever it is, but you pour your stuff in, all of a sudden it starts leaking out of the corners. You forgot, or there's a hole, and you got to chase it and you got to fill it with clay. It's really, frankly, it's really fucking annoying. So this helps prevent that. Something I highly suggest. Okay, now that I've pushed it down, we're going to take off the excess again. In a perfect world, our walls, it's traveling and it meets perfectly at this 90 that comes up. So we don't want all this extra texture that we just left in. So we're going to go in and cut off the excess. This is just like the flashing of the holes that we made for the keys. We don't need it there. It's excessive. One of these days on stream, I'll make a video where you don't do this and you can see what the outcome is and why you might choose to do this. Again, the reason I'm doing this right now is because if all the walls were up, you could see how I wouldn't be able to get my tool in right here. So I'm spending some time right now before the other walls are placed to do this. I've made the mistake of putting all the walls up first, and it's just very difficult to get the tool in there to do this part. I don't know how well you can see on the camera, but I've pretty much eliminated the gap now that was between our wall and our other wall, our cardboard wall. So now I'm going to do the same thing to this shorter cardboard wall. This one, I'm gonna put a bead of clay that runs down there. So with what's left over of what we just took off, we can probably do that if there's not a bunch of, man, hot glue, all those little spider webs that creates is no fun. So just be wary of that too. So we're gonna roll it out again. Create a very tiny little worm. You can see the worms kind of randomly placed there. I'm going to push it into the corner, like so. Go through and push it down, just like we did on this side. We're going to go through and push it down. So I need to get like a macro lens or something to show this. There's so much detail work that has to go into this. There, done. I mean, for as little work as you have to do to actually get this kind of thing done, it's totally worth it. Just filling those gaps between the two walls. It's done. Now we're going to go in, once all the walls are built, we're going to go in and we're going to actually, we're going to do this to every wall. Then we're going to go in with some Turpenoid and smooth it out, because again, anytime you bring a tool to the party, you got to go in and smooth it out just to avoid any tool markings. So now for the $1 million question. This piece of board, we didn't really measure these out. We kind of eyeballed it. Didn't matter, right? This one matters, okay? So we're going to glue this bad boy right here. It's going to go up. You might say, well, hey, how do we know about the 90? How do we ensure that this isn't like this or, you know, whatever? We can cut another piece if we want right here to determine that 90. But we're going to actually, you know what, we're going to live dangerously, guys. Sometimes you have to live dangerously. The first thing we want to do is make sure that it's snugged up against the clay, okay? So it is snugged. It's nice and snugged, all right? So we're going to go ahead and put a bead of hot glue down. Lip Lamb Bloom, just like that. We're even going to bring it up along the side, just like this, okay? This is kind of our piece that we're going to hold into position. Like that, okay? We're going to let that hot glue kind of cure, chill out. Fingers are really fucking close to it, and I can feel the heat coming up. So, what are you making? Just call me TY. Well, just call me TY. I'm making a mold. I'm going to make a silicone mold. What we're making a mold of is mouthpieces. So it's a mouth core. There are teeth, gums, everything. They were 3D printed. And we are making a mold to replicate them, a silicone mold. Thanks for asking. Any other questions? I'd be happy to answer. Right now, that hot glue is fucking hot as shit. All right, I let go. Okay, I start to see here. Reddit, take a look. I don't know how well you can see it. What I'm watching is pretty well delayed, so I don't know. Close that. So you guys can all see. I hit my vape. Got to get that nicotine, yo. What the fuck? Sorry, we're having some technical. Oh, I think our Reddit thing is over, guys. Sorry to say. Close. If you guys are watching, just hang 10 for a second. Trying to get Reddit back up and running. All right, I think we're up and running. Reddit, you tricky bitches. I don't know why you guys are so tricky. Just head over to YouTube. Head over to YouTube or head over to fucking Twitch and see what we're working on, okay? Hold on one second, guys. I appreciate everyone chilling out. This is a bit of an interruption. All right, so we just reposted to Reddit, so we're good to go. For those of you who lost it, we're awesome. So, okay, let's switch. And no, that one. There we go. If you're watching on Reddit, go over to YouTube and Twitch. Creatively_curse. Do it up. All right. So those of you who are watching, we got this wall. It is now secure. Now again, I'm going to go in, and you're going to have to forgive me because I don't know how well you guys are going to see this, but I'm going to go in and place, see if I can adjust this even more. You guys are going to have to forgive. Let's see how I want to do this. I go in and fill the gap between this cardboard and this clay. I'm doing it now because I wouldn't be able to get a tool in here otherwise. So just a heads up on that, okay? So I'm going to take my Sculptex clay, the sulfur-free stuff. I'm going to make another large worm to run along the inside of this. So I'm rolling it out kind of with my fingers just to make a nice, it doesn't have to be big, or the gap we're filling is pretty small. So we're just rolling out a clay them. Okay, so we have a pretty long clay worm here, right? Check it out, it's pretty awesome. We're gonna lay this bad boy down along the seam between the cardboard wall and the clay wall. Now on this side, not gonna lie, we got some treacherous territory. Fucking Reddit, you can't see. Go over to Twitch and YouTube. We have more dynamic wall shapes. It's not flat. We're gonna be going up and down and all around. So again, I apologize, guys, for the lack of light. So we're gonna start pushing it down, filling that tiny little gap. Filling the gap, we're just squishing it down in between the cardboard wall, and the clay wall. I don't know. At this point, it almost feels like it's a clay floor. Get it? Walls, floors? No, no one else. No one finding that shit literally hilarious. I'm making some mold in my coffee. I know that feeling, man. I don't call it mold though at that point. I call it a science experiment. Might want to do your dishes, bro. All right, we filled the gap between the cardboard wall and the clay wall. That tiny worm. Kind of fixing this corner right now. But all right, so we got to go in and pull out the excess again, just like we did before. You brought up a good point. I was actually just thinking about this. So, depending on where you go, mold, as in like I'm making a mold, is spelled two different ways: M-O-L-D or M-O-U-L-D. It's literally interchangeable, which I think is pretty cool. A little weird, because it means, you know, obviously, again, it means both mold, as in I'm making a mold, and I'm making mold by leaving my coffee cup out for weeks and weeks and weeks. Disgusting. You can call it what? Call it biosphere. I dig that. Do you have any creatures living inside your biosphere instead of or just the mold? Biosphere. Reminds me of biodome. I'm aging myself, aren't I? We might need to switch to a little bit of a different tool here to fix this. Give me a second now. I'm waiting for my phone to die. So Reddit, you mofos, go over to Twitch, go over to YouTube, creatively _cursed, and actually see what the fuck I'm doing. All right, we have seamed that edge. They're evolving. Makes me think of that. I know it's cheesy, but that Evolution movie with David Duchovny, that shit was awesome. That's what it makes me think of. Got little tapeworms growing in your shit, man. They already invented capitalism. Damn. Damn. Well, it sounds like they're on the right path, right? Okay. So, moment of truth, last wall that we're putting up, guys. I'm super excited for this, okay? So, we're literally going to be putting the last wall up right here. And then we pour silicone. We use the Degasser. I'm super excited about that. So let's do this. The reason why this piece got measured exactly was so that we could take this piece and just blap that shit on. And I'm not gonna lie, it's totally not blepping. The edge is way off. So we should have measured better. Okay, we totally should have. And you can see here, there's a big, can't see. It's really unfortunate. There's a big gap right here, okay? We wanna fix that. All we have to do, all right, in a perfect world, I would have nailed this piece and it wouldn't be a problem, but I didn't, and so we're fucked. So first thing we're gonna do is take away this excessive amount of super glue that I love to put on things. And we're gonna shave down this cardboard here. For this, we might want to use that bigger utility blade. So move this around a little bit so you guys, maybe I can introduce a little bit more light. I don't know, we'll see. Utility blade. Now, I'm going to show you guys some tricks that I don't think a lot of you know, but utility blades, let's see if I can get light to reflect on this the way I would need it to. There we go. So if you guys are on YouTube, you're going to see this. I don't know if Reddit's going to pick it up. There are lines in utility blades, okay? Right here, see this? These lines are that you can snap them off because the tips up here are where you use it all the time, they dull. So maybe what if you want to use the sharp part that's down here, right? So what you do is you loosen it and you line up the utility blade with one of those lines. They're perforations basically, right? We're going to show this. It's going to go flying off. It's going to make an awesome sound. You should wear safety glasses when you're doing this, right? But you're going to apply pressure and it's going to go flying, okay? Those perforations, now your tip is sharper because it's not the part that's been used before, okay? There we go. So we're going to take a little bit off of this. It's just too much. Now that we have a nice sharp blade to do it with, okay, let's see if that works. It's better. Oh, it's almost perfect. Okay, cool. So now our new piece can just go right here and butt right up against there, and we'll end up having a nice box. Okay, so we're just going to put that right there, just like that. Take our hot glue, this awesome big baddie right here. Mold for what? This is a mold of a mouth core. I know that's probably a pretty odd thing to go over, but it is a top and bottom. So it's got like the upper teeth at the top of the mouth, the tongue, and the lower part. It's two parts that we glue together and create a mouth core. We're doing a two-part box mold out of silicone, platinum silicone. We're finishing up the last part right now before we actually put in the silicone. Got Degasser set up, got my platinum silicone. I'm super excited to do it. If you guys want to see, again, more detailed behind-the-scenes stuff, you need to jump over to Twitch and YouTube, where I got multi-camera at 4K going. All right, well, that's cooling down. I'm going to jump off the screen real quick. I'll be right back. How about now? There we go. There's the audio. Thanks for hanging back during that break. For those of you who remember, we were mold releasing this with ME301. We're done now. And we're ready to move on to silicone. So I'm gonna move some cameras around real quick so you guys can kind of see what we're up to with weighing out the material and all that fun jazz. So give me 2 seconds while I do that. We're gonna, yeah, believe it or not, Reddit, we're gonna move you too so you get to see what's going on. I'm gonna have to, here, hold on a second. Reddit, you guys are gonna die soon. Cool, so Reddit's good, all right. Now we're going to move you guys. Oh, you guys should have told me the music ended. That's no fun. If you don't tell me that that's happening, so. Let's go to cam, is it cam 3? Yeah, all right. We're moving cam 3. Be patient with me, guys. I want you to see all of this, so. Awesome. All right, this is our weigh station. I kind of moved it all together. This whole unit technically is our degasser, okay? So this is the chamber inside here. This is the lid, and this is our scale. So if you remember earlier, I had brought up this material right here. It's called V340. It's a platinum silicone. It is a molding silicone. It's very thick. I can literally lift it up. It's not going to spill out. It's very, very, very thick, okay? This is the base component. We need to add the catalyst now, okay? The catalyst is 10% of the base component. This is 10,000 grams. So we need, or I'm sorry, 10,000. This is 1,000 grams. We need to add, for those of you math wizards out there, we need to add 100 grams to this, okay? For those of you watching on Reddit, my phone's gonna die soon, or we're gonna get kicked off. So you guys need to head over to YouTube, creatively_cursed, and keep watching there. We have a lot of different camera angles you can check out. Same with Twitch. Please head over there. I don't know how much longer my phone's gonna make it. So anyhow, platinum silicone, the base. We're gonna add the catalyst now, okay? So we have our scale right here. We're gonna put this on, blam. It's a little over actually, but I think we're gonna add somewhere around 102 grams of catalyst to this, okay? So we're gonna zero this out. Hold on a second, tare. I don't know how many of you have used scale before, but it's either tare or zero will bring it out. So you can put a container on. Right now it's registering negative 1078. Put it back down, 0. Okay, so between the cup and the silicone, we're at 1,078 grams. Sounds about right, I think, but we'll see. Okay, I want to throw some gloves on, just because it can get messy. We don't want messiness if we can avoid it. All right, I'm trying to throw gloves on, all right? This fucking box. I dropped a glove, just like me. Okay. All right, gloves, good to go. Give me 2 seconds to get the material good, and then we're gonna go. So hold on one moment. Hold on, guys. Sorry about this. I'm gonna add that catalyst in 2 seconds. Okay. Just dropping shit all over the place, and I apologize about that. So hold on. Okay. Catalyst time. So if you remember, our catalyst is called, or our silicone is called B340. You can buy different catalysts for it. This catalyst, I believe, is a faster set catalyst. I'm kind of shaking it up right now, so I apologize for the weird noise it's making. But we are going to go ahead and add phone dye. No, it looks like our phone is still going strong, okay? So we are gonna add 110 grams of catalyst to this material, okay? So let's do that. We zeroed it out, it's at 0 right now, so we're gonna slowly add this in. It's registering, we're doing good. It's gray, you can see. Well, this is black. Once it mixes with that white, it's gonna be gray. 10% catalyst in this case, okay? All right, there we go. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the lid back on this. I'm gonna try and see something real quick here. I apologize. Okay, so this is our white base. We added in the 10% catalyst inside of it. So we got to mix this together really well now. Now remember, this white stuff, the base, is very, very thick. So we're going to use this bad boy right here, and we're going to mix it together really, really well, okay? So when it's well mixed, it's going to be gray. It's not going to be white. It's not going to be black. It's going to be gray. We're live. Yeah? Okay. Sorry about that, guys. It says we're live, but I think my phone's just having issues right now. Now a reminder, this is platinum silicone, not tin based. This is platinum. Good stuff, best stuff. Scraping those sides, gotta make sure those sides are scraped up really well. Let me see if I can show you guys kind of the inside of this. It's nice and thick. So adding that catalyst did kind of thin it out a little bit. Another thing I'll do is I'll use this kind of clear container to look around, and you can see that there's still unmixed stuff on the sides and on the bottom. Oh, works your arm out for sure, getting that all mixed in really well. So I'm going around just scraping the sides. Now, if this is the catalyst I think it is, well, this is a full 12-hour cure time. So you guys aren't going to be able to see the insides of it today. We'll do that. We'll do a demolding in the next stream probably, okay? But we will be able to pour it. And then we move on to the lifecast, which I'm super excited for. So if you look around the sides, it's become pretty much all gray versus all the white. There's some in there, but you want to mix it really, really well. Scrape the bottom, scrape the sides, scrape the corners, the whole 9 yards. So things might get a little weird here in a second once we kick the degasser on. It can be loud, but we can go over that. All right, we're pretty much good. So I'm gonna toss this real quick. So there we go, it's mixed. for those of you who can see on the inside, there's tons of air bubbles all around, okay? We don't want those air bubbles. So we're gonna put it inside this bad boy right here, which is the degasser, okay? Now the degasser is basically, another word for it is a vacuum chamber. It is gonna remove the air bubbles from it. I'm gonna try and capture it. This isn't as clear as I would like it to be, the lid, but we should be able to do pretty good. So we're gonna take this material that has all the air bubbles inside of it, and we're gonna put it inside the vacuum chamber. We're gonna take the lid, we're gonna close it. For those of you who can't see, there's a lever right here. This is the air release valve. We're gonna close this, okay? So it's down. We're gonna flip it on. We'll see what kind of noise we get. I'll try and get some videos for the YouTube and the Twitch here of what's about to happen. Just so you guys have an advance notice, what's gonna happen is, here I'll move the, or I'll try to move my camera so you guys can kind of see what's going on. Hold on one second, guys. We're having some technical difficulties. Wow, this is working kind of okay. So there is the vacuum chamber. YouTube, if you guys are there, you should check it out. You can see what's going on, okay? So, it's gonna start bubbling up. It's gonna look like it's boiling, but it's not boiling, okay? It's just removing the air bubbles. So if you guys are ready to see what's going on, hold on, try that one more time. Here we go. I'm gonna flip it on. It's making a wonderful, well, okay, you know what? Wow.
keep doing it for the thrill. Well, this is reality, you only live it once, so wake up from your dream. But just for tonight, let the lines get blurred, let your thoughts be free, let your thoughts be free.
Everything happened at once. We had audio issues. It was no good. Problem after problem. The Degasser doesn't work. Our mic went out. No bueno. Give me 2 seconds while I check something, okay? Music's gonna cut out for a second here. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Advanced properties. Hello, testing. Okay, I think we're good. Doing all this by yourself can be pretty tricky. So, as I was saying, our Degasser shit out on us. It's blowing fuses. So let's talk about this real quick. Our silicone is curing. It's been catalyzed. So you know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna pour it. We're gonna do something called a high pour, which is we're gonna pour it from up top, let a thin stream go down, okay? What that's gonna do, that thin stream is gonna help work out any air bubbles that are in your material. So if you don't have a fancy tool, like I don't because it blew a fuse, or you're at home and you wanna do this, silicone molds work best if you do a high pour. So we're gonna do that right now. We are going to switch cameras so you guys can kind of see what's going on. Give me a second. You guys can see what is up inside. Here we go, high pour. So you want to just create a steady stream, a thin stream. The higher you go, the better it works. So you could theoretically get up on a ladder and do this. Believe it or not, it does start to really work out your arm. Which can be definitely an interesting time. So I mixed up 1,000 grams with the catalyst is 1,100 roughly. The higher you go, the better, just a steady stream. Again, this has a 12-hour cure time, so a lot of these air bubbles that I'm talking about will find a way to work themselves out. Once the mold's mainly covered, you can go ahead and just pour it all in, which is a more than enough than what we need. Voila, and that's all she wrote. We're good. That's what's up. So we did it. Let's see. There's a lot of micro air bubbles in there, but a lot of those work themselves out. So we did it, you guys. We made a mold. We made the first side of a mold. This silicone will dry pretty hard. Hopefully next time I'll have it figured out as to what is up with that degasser. I really wanted to show you guys do that because it looks really cool when all of the silicone is bubbling from all of the air that is being removed from it. Having said that, we have some pretty exciting stuff that we're doing next. It's the last part of the day, and it's going to be tricky. So again, we made our mold wall. We built up the cardboard box, and we mold released the cardboard box with ME301, which is aerosol Vaseline, and we poured it out of platinum molding silicone. So next part should be pretty interesting. We're going to put this out of the way for now. And we're going to switch cameras. Go to camera 1. All right, so let's grab this piece out real quick. So last chance for Redditors. If you guys are on Reddit and you're watching, please jump over to my YouTube channel. That is creatively_cursed just creatively_cursed. That's YouTube or Twitch. I'm going to be killing the Reddit live stream right now, so I can just worry about the Twitch and the YouTube, where we have multiple cameras showing off different angles to this next part. So those of you who are already watching on YouTube and Twitch, you guys are good to go. So here we go. Reddit, last chance, creatively_cursed. Go check it out. YouTube, Twitch, do it up. Otherwise, everyone else, thank you for hanging in. So, we have our clay. It is cooking in the oven, okay? Which is awesome, right? And it is likely liquid by now. So, what we have to do is prep the lifecast, which is right here, for pouring the clay in. So let's take a few minutes to kind of just talk about what that's going to look like. So for those of you who were around when we did the lifecast of Rocky, this piece right here might look familiar, okay? I have some clamps on it, but we're going to take those off real quick so you can kind of see what's going on. It's all around a lovely silicone on the inside life cast of our model Rocky with a plaster bandage outer shell to help keep its form. We had the ponytail. She had really long hair. We had the ponytail coming out of this. So we just decided to do a hole. So we're going to have to plug this for what we're doing today. I'm trying to think what kind of clay I want to use for that. We'll use some Sculptex just to slap it on. And then we're going to pour clay inside this, okay? And we're going to slush it around, creating a shell of clay. Then we're going to backfill it with some hard urethane foam. Just so you guys know, there's soft urethane foams, which are what you would imagine like your couch cushions being made out of. And there are hard urethane foams, which are the same thing, but they're not squishy. They're not soft. They're not comfortable. The reason we're going to do that is because if we were to do this whole thing of just clay, A, it would be a ton of clay. B, it would be extremely, extremely heavy. We don't need to do that. We need maybe a 1/4 inch of clay, and the rest can be foam, which will make it light, easy to move around, and easy to work on. Jesus. That was all part of the plan. This stupid slidey chair. My God. Hang around for more fuck ups. It's going to be awesome. If you guys don't comment on me falling off my chair, it will be the saddest day I've ever had. So let's get started. First things first. I'm going to try and show you guys as much as I can. It may be tricky. So when we life casted Rocky to get this off of her, we had to create a split up the back right here. So you can tell it's very floppy. We need to get this in place. So let's work on that. See what cameras we can work with here that's going to work best. Well, not that one, obviously. Hold on one second, guys. Hang 10. So we're having some technical difficulties. Swell. Okay. Hold on one second, guys. Elgato, no signal. Well, of course it doesn't. Ping 10, thank you for being patient. I appreciate it as always. You know what? Cancel. Fuck. Yep. Hold on. Come on. 2. Okay, it's going to be 3 then. Why not? Why is there no... It's absolutely picking it up. Wow. See that? I love that. You know what? Fuck it. We're living dangerously now. Sorry about that, guys. Technical difficulties are so much fun. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is glue this right here, okay? And that's what we're going to do. It is going to be tricky. So, for you guys out there, we're going to switch cameras around a little bit so that we can kind of show what's going on with a little bit more ease. How do we want to do this? You know what? We're going to take this off right now. Appreciate you guys being so wonderfully patient with me, as it were. Trust me, when I go to actually edit all these videos, I'm taking all this out. The unfortunate problem with working with multiple cameras is always this exact issue right here. So I appreciate everyone's patience as we troubleshoot this nonsense. So I want to give you guys the best view of everything that's going on, you know? Which means I have to fucking fuck around with all these damn cameras. Getting it done, though. We're getting it done. Alrighty. Okay, here we go. We'll see how this goes. Let's change to camera 2. That's better. Something for you guys to see while I work on it at least. Okay. So again, we're going to glue this into place. It's going to be tricky. See how floppy it is? We don't want it to be that floppy. So we're going to glue it into place. But first, we're going to tape around all of the outer shell to make sure it stays together the way we need it to. We're just going to use good old-fashioned duct tape for that. So, like so. I'm just going to hold it hang tight. Go. I'm going to go grab some clean clay real quick. I'll be right back. And we are back. It has been a day. We have gotten a lot done, but there's a lot more to do. So, when we made this life cast, there are 2 major holes we have to fill. We have to fill the nose holes. We have to fill the giant ponytail hole right here. Okay? So that's what we're going to do. To do that, we are going to use Sculptex in all of its amazingness. Cool, cool. So again, we're going to just use a razor blade to cut this open, and then we're going to fill these holes. For those of you watching, should probably know that I totally fell off my chair earlier. If you missed out on that, I feel really bad for you guys. It was awesome. These chairs are supposedly great for your posture, but they are slippy and slidey. Just like earlier, I'm just opening up this clay right now, pulling off the cellophane from it. We are going to, again, like I said, we're just going to fill those nose holes and the ponytail hole as well. So just put some clay right there and right there. The nose is closed. This, however, is going to be the tricky, monstrous bad boy. So we actually are going to need to take a big old chunk of clay and heat it up in our hands, which might take a minute. So let's switch views real quick. This is the hole that we have to close. Use a big old piece of clay to do that. But you might have to warm it up in your hands. Use your body heat to to soften the clay a little bit. While I'm doing that, I'm gonna fix some stuff that we're dealing with here. Thank you for being patient, guys. YouTube, Facebook. Anyone watching, guys seen any good movies lately? Just out of curiosity, I'm just dying to know. No? That's what I thought. Interesting. Huh. Well, I just learned something new. Apparently, Facebook does not let you just go on live forever. They too also have apparently a time reference on their stuff. So that's sad. See how Twitch is doing. Still live. Awesome. Cool. So YouTube and Twitch, those are our winners. All right, this piece that I'm heating up is doing pretty good. It's still pretty hard though. Oh, it's almost there though. So I've made a really big chunk of clay. And we're gonna just patch this right now. So we're just gonna, here, I'll switch around. We're just literally gonna lap that into place, cover that hole. We're gonna smush it into place. We don't want the clay that we're gonna be pouring into this to come out of that hole. So using big strong muscles in our fingers, we're just gonna close it up. Then when we go to duct tape around this whole thing, we're going to put some over this area too, just to make sure it doesn't leak. Nice sharp edge of that plaster is already cutting through the clay. Double check in here, make sure that it's sealed up. Yeah, it's sealed pretty good. So we're going to do duct tape around it too. Now, the front half and the back half of this are already snug together pretty well. And this part, I'm not going to lie, it's not going to be pretty. I mean, it's going to be pretty messy, but the point is just to make sure that your mold doesn't come apart when the clay goes in. We don't want that to happen. That would be bad. That's how we get molten clay falling down on us. We don't want that. So we're doing that. If you guys watch the other video that I posted of us doing the lifecast, you'll see that you know, we registered the silicone piece into the face really well. We registered everything nicely. So the head, all that, it's lined up where it's supposed to be. Good to go. So now for the fun part. If you see there's a pretty good gap right here, that's likely from some shrinking taking place, the water evaporating from the mold. But you'll see just by some pressure, I can actually kind of crunch that together. So with the tape, that's what we're going to do. We're going to crunch this together and hold it in place. Let me see if I can show that off a little bit better. So just like that, right? That's what we want to do. So we're going to take the tape. There's a lot of tape. We're just going to go around this thing. It's not that heavy, to be honest. It's pretty light, actually. The plaster is pretty light, and the silicone is a very thin layer, so it's really not that heavy either. This entire thing is pretty light. Once we put the clay in, it's not going to be so light. There we go. So now we know that this thing is not going to come apart on us, okay? And it's reformed its shape a little bit, but we still have this pretty significant floppy silicone problem. So we're actually, interestingly enough, going to super glue it into place. That is the preferred method. We have some super Gorilla Glue that we're going to just glue these pieces to the top. But it's easier to use gravity as your to your advantage. So what we're going to do is work on this side first. See how floppy that is? We're going to work on this side first, glue this into place, then we'll flip it around. So you want to find areas that it's going to glue better to. I had this tipped upside down so that we would get all the glue to come out of it the way we want it to. But hang 10 because apparently all super glue containers, it has to be, you know, it has to be clogged. That's what it does. So let me work on getting that cleared out real quick. Wow, it's really clogged. And of course now it's excessively coming out. Whatever, just we'll avoid that, okay? So we're just going to kind of spread it around that area. Put that down. Cap off our wonderful super glue. Cool. If you get super glue anywhere you don't want it to, you can actually just use acetone to clean it up. So that might be helpful. I don't know. So we're just going to hold that in place. Let it glue to itself real quick. Hypothetically real quick, who knows? It might take longer than we want it to. We might be able to do here. No, that's not going to work. Let's just hold it. We have some quick accelerator too. Oh yeah, look at that. It's so gooey. Let me go grab that quick sets real quick. So we don't have any in the original container, but we do have some in this spritz bottle. This is a super glue like activator, so it works really fast. We're going to spray it on. You can see how it's like it's stringy, right? Spray that. If it works the way it should, this won't come up when I go to pull it. So yeah. Now nothing really sticks to silicone, but this should, we're not going to yank on it too much. It is in place. So watch, I'll show you. Oh my God. Or I won't. Hold on. How do we do this here? Done this before. It's showing me some problem. Oh my God. Oh God. I'm just going to hold that in place. I'm not going to lie. Every time I do this, it's a little bit of a new learning experience. And I always have to try it out again, you know? Whew. Super glue activator smells real good. So again, we're doing this just to make sure that this area doesn't get flopping around on us while we're trying to pour silicone in. So it's I think it's called like super glue and super glue kicker is basically what it is. So I'm gonna put some here. Might have to go grab some more super glue. I have a lot of super glue. I have all the super glue, guys. Trying to rush through this, I think. So we're gonna pull back on the rushing. You know what? You guys are just gonna have to live with the tedium that comes with doing all of this fun jazz. Again, we're super gluing the silicone, which is very floppy, as you can see, to the outer shell. Okay, that's the whole goal of everything we're working on right now. So now, here's the hope. We're going to flip this over. See how floppy this is? That's how this was up here. So we're hoping that when we flip this over, this doesn't just come flopping down. I'm just admitting right now, it totally could. Like, silicone, I'm not going to lie, doesn't like to stick to it, anything, okay? Even super glue. But I've gotten this super glue method to work in the past, so I'm hoping that it works now. So there we go. See, normally up here was floppy. Let's see here. This area, a little floppy. See that? It's hanging down. Let's flip it back over. Put some super glue in there. Where was it? Like up in here, right? So kind of smush it around a little bit. Take our super fast set shit, put it in there. There we go. Hold it in place for a second. We don't want to fight the silicone floppiness when we're pouring in the clay. It's going to be I don't want to say dangerous, but we don't want to mess with it. We want everything to be exactly where we want it. Okay. All right, well, that's curing for a second. I'm going to go grab some more super glue. We have cases of that shit. Okay, that's probably cured, which is awesome. All right, so let's flip this around. There, see, it's not flopping down. We can take away some of this excess like this. That's, oh shit, that's not doing anything for us. It's just gonna get in our way. If you guys can see, but the seam, I'm just gonna run up all the way to the head there, make sure that the seam is flush to itself. It's pretty close. It's pretty close. So first things first, let's glue that into location, which is pretty much right here. Okay, we're gonna put some super glue down there, glue that. I'm kind of smushing it, you know, I'm moving it around a little bit. We're just gonna hold it, kind of put pressure on it, hold it there for a second. There we go. Now I can't yank on it super strong, okay? Because the silicone is not going to hold perfectly, but it's held enough where it's not moving around a whole lot, right? So that's good. So we're going to try and super glue this area too, or at least most of this, so it stays where it needs to stay too. Again, we're kind of squishing it, moving it around a little bit, mixing it up, spritz inside there, which is the super glue kicker. Again, this stuff is awesome. Sorry I don't have it in a container so you can know, but it sets off super glue just like super fast. Super fast super glue. Cool. All right, we might throw just a little bit in here. Again, this is just Gorilla super glue. You can buy this shit anywhere, like Walmart, or not Walmart, but oh, probably Walmart, Home Depot, the whole 9 yards. What's going on here? Is stuff gonna come down or what? There we go. This stuff creates such a fast chemical reaction with super glue that I've seen it literally smoke. I've seen it smoke. It's insane. Don't get this shit in your eyes. Or really anywhere if you can avoid it. Okay, so we have this whole area glued down. Now we just got to do this area here. And you see all the, I don't know if you guys can see all the strings that that's creating by me doing that, but we're just gonna flap, 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 put it down, hold it. So you can tell a lot of that loose silicone that was in here now is not loose anymore. It's all glued to that outer shell. So when we did that, that the whole point of doing the outer shell is to help keep its form, but it's also to help with this point right here. We have something to help keep the silicone glued to. It's not perfect, but it's basically, you know what's a better idea to look at it is like it's tacked in place. And that is for our purposes good enough, okay? So we're going to put some more glue and just going to finish off this corner here. You might be able to use like hot glue for this too. I don't know. I'm not chancing it right now. I want to show this to you guys, so I don't want to chance it not being what it needs to be, so we're just going to use super glue. And like if you look up here, it's already like this area because it's starting to stretch that silicone. So I'm gonna throw some super glue on that too. Let's get that in place. We don't want we don't want to deal with any floppiness that we don't have to. So I'm just holding that into place, putting a fair amount of pressure on it. Because we're going to rotocast this. We're going to literally pour like molten clay into here. And we don't want to worry about it, about the silicone flopping around or anything like that. It can be risky, so we're not going to fuck around with that. There we go. We're all done. Look at that. Okay. So, if you guys remember, when we first brought this over here, the silicone on the inside was flopping all around. It wasn't holding its shape. Now it's holding its shape. So we have a head cast of Rocky that we're going to pour clay into here. We're going to rotocast it, creating a layer of clay around the whole thing. We might need to use a brush, which I have some over here, but we want to create a layer of clay. And we might pour it out, pour it back in, pour it out, and then we're going to backfill it with foam. So I'm going to go grab the clay, and the real fun is about to start. So rock on. All right, just double checking everything. Want to have plenty of room. Grab my fancy mitts, oven mitts. There we go. Is there anything else I want? All right, this part's it's gonna be scary. I don't know. It's gonna be scary, but we're gonna do it. Reason it's gonna be scary is because it's 250 degrees hot clay that we're gonna put in here, and we're gonna don't fuck it all up. So, wish me luck, guys. I'll be right back. And we're back with the pot of boiling, well, not quite boiling, maybe, clay. So I'm going to use this camera, kind of show you guys what's inside. I'm going to mix it up real quick. You will see just how liquidy it is. A molten clay. If you guys remember earlier, we chopped all this up, and now it is liquid. So let's go ahead and switch cameras. Try and show you guys what this is in here. It's liquid clay in all of its glory. It's hot, it's very hot. And interestingly enough, cooling down as we speak. When it cools down, it thickens, it gets harder. You get it on your hands, it hurts real bad. Not a pleasant feeling. So we're just mixing it together, get more of a uniform feeling to it. Third, if it cools down a little bit, if it's too hot, it'll actually leave like little bubbly boils. Bubbly, what the fuck that means? What it means is, the hotter the clay, if it's like burnt or too hot, when it goes inside here, it'll actually, when you go to pull the cast off, it'll be super, there'll be millions of tiny little micro bubbles around. Likely made, I would imagine, I've had this happen before. I think it's from too much, this being hot and something too cold. Just gonna mixing this, kind of like cool down a little, but it is liquid. And in the meantime, while it's kind of cooling down, we are going to ME301 this inside. I know that sounds weird. So for those of you who are just joining us, ME301 is a product made from Zip. It is called ME301S Pattern Release Mold Release. What this is essentially is a aerosol Vaseline, and it works really well for mold releasing. You can just spray it on and you're good to go. So we're going to take this and we're just going to spray it in. Hope for the best. Let this shit disappear. Wear a respirator. If you're using this, wear a fucking respirator. Mixing this up, keeping it uniform. Very hot. So fucking hot. Please be careful if you do this. Okay, so what I think we're gonna do, hang tight for a second, okay? All right, check it out. 5-gallon bucket. It's perfect for this type of thing. We're going to put this right in here, okay? That will allow us to pour the silicone or the clay, which is very hot, into here. Then we're going to rotocast it. I think we're going to blow it out first. Let me find an air hose, an air nozzle, if you will, very quickly here. So we just sprayed some ME301 inside the mold, and now we're going to pour clay in there. So we want to make sure that the ME301 is out. If there's any dust or particles or anything like that, that's out of there. So we run about 150 PSI through our air system here. So we're just going to blow that out right now. Take this lifecast, kind of tip it upside down a little bit. There we go. Double check it, make sure that it's fitting up against everything we want it to. The thing that might not come out is the ears, you know. The ears might not turn out the way we want it to, so we'll see. I don't know. I have a hard time believing the ears are going to turn out either way. She had really tiny ears, so we'll see. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're really going to pour this in, kind of slosh it around, tap it on the table a little bit, try and get out air bubbles, and go from there. So this is where you guys, quote unquote, wish me luck. I'm just kind of sloshing it around, giving it a good little mix. Again, you don't want it to touch your... Again, we're just rotocasting, so we don't need a ton in there right this second, right? Just need enough in there to start. Move that down there for a second. We're rotocasting. This is so much fun. Anyone ever says rotocasting, now you guys know what the fuck it is. It's absolutely as fun as it looks like, okay? That's the most important thing. Fun, right? Very tricky to do, I'm not going to lie. You don't want this shit spilling out on you, right? So, hope you guys can kind of see what I'm trying to do here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to pour out a little bit of excess. Okay, we're going to take this mold. You guys can see, but it's kind of coated on the inside of the head at least. Good on that. So we're going to take this stuff again. Another thing we can do is we can take this air and cool down the clay that's in there. We cool down that clay. When this clay goes in, we're creating more of a layer. But we don't want to use so much pressure it'll spray out and get us in our face and stuff, so we're just going to go slow. I am sorry in advance if the air compressor comes on. Okay, there's that. We're going to pour this back in again. This time we're actually going to put a little bit more in there, a little bit more to work with. Okay. Again, I don't think the ears are going to come out super good. So remember, that clay is molten hot. It is very, and you do that. You don't want to do that. You got to be very careful, okay? I luckily saved myself just now, so that's good. But I wanted to get the chest. And so I had to risk getting some out there. And you can feel it. Like this is very warm right now. I'm trying to show you guys what I'm doing. I'm just moving the clay around. I'm trying to coat the entire fucking thing. We're going to do this. We're going to pour back in. You can see why we don't want the silicone to be all floppy. Every time we do this, the head, it's getting heavier, okay? Because of the clay layer it's doing. It's creating on the inside, okay? So, yeah, I'm going to switch the cameras real quick so you can kind of see. I spilled a bunch on the floor. It won't be that hard to clean up, but switch cameras real quick. So there you go. That's what you see. It's hard to see on the inside, but we've clay coated pretty much an even amount all around, okay? That's really important. Okay, we're going to switch back. So, some thin areas. But we're going to cool this layer down. We want to cool this layer down, okay? So when we put the next layer in, it's not going to just reactivate this. There'll be a little bit of temperature difference. Okay, so we've done a pretty good coat in there. It's still warm, but it's not fully like cold yet. Okay, so we're gonna pour one more layer in there. Really thicken that clay up so we have lots of room to fuck around. There we go. Yeah, this last layer should be more than enough. And it looks like we literally cut up just enough clay that we needed to do. So again, I'm going to pour some out here. Rotate it around. And wow, yeah, this mold, it's toasty. I'm not going to lie. It's very toasty, okay? Trying to pour out some more. You see it running? It's very difficult. It takes a lot of muscle to do this. See, like, look how much doesn't come out now. This is all in the head. Mostly clay. It's gotten quite heavy. So we're going to cool this off. I think we're done with the clay for now. I'm going to let that cool out for a second. Then we move on to the particularly fun part of doing the foam. So we've coated a shell of clay. so that when this is a positive, we can sculpt, we can change it, we can fix it. Any issues we have, we can take care of. But it's just a shell, so we need to fill it with something, and that's going to be foam, which will help with the entire weight of the entire thing. We don't want soft foam, we want hard foam, so that's what we're going to use. I'm going to scrape up some of this clay that I messed up earlier. Once the clay is on the ground, unfortunately, it's kind of gone bad, but you can see this is the clay I spilled. It's already cooled, it's hard. It's garbage. So, our shell is done. I'm going to switch to the other camera so you can kind of see, for better or for worse, the inside of this. So yeah, the whole thing is coated in clay. And yeah, so that's pretty much all she wrote for that. Came out really well, all things considered, okay? It's very warm. If you were to touch this, you would feel the heat emanating from the clay inside, even out to the plaster, so, which will be interesting. So the foam we're going to use is a hard foam. It's a urethane foam, and urethane foam is activated by heat. So my guess is when we pour it in there, we're going to actually see it activate pretty quickly. I'm going to try and change camera views so you guys can see how it foams up. I always thought urethane foam was one of the coolest things ever. Got turned up. I got turned up. Oh no. Black Phillip, it's too loud? Is that what you're saying? I just turned it down a little bit, so hopefully that works. Must have hit my mic pack, huh? Probably true, man. Probably true. So anyhow, so we're good. We're good. We're good. Twitch. I say we start weighing it out. I think we're gonna start with 200, 200, 200A and 200B of the polyurethane foam we're gonna use. So let's see if I can show you guys, set up a camera view that works a little bit better. So because this part is going to be a lot of fun, and I really want you guys to see it. Might have to... Wow, it just doesn't want to focus. So hang 10, guys. Hang 10, hang 10. Yeah, I really want to show you guys this part, so... menu, let's fucking focus on this thing, okay? Hold on a second, guys. Focus. Oh, we're focused. Okay, cool, cool. Awesome. So, that is our mold. We are going to pour into this hard foam. Let me bring a little bit more light on that for you guys. So you can watch the magic take place. again, we're going to do a hard foam going into the mold, and it should reinforce everything. I hope the little elf ears come out too, man. They're tiny little ears. Because Rocky has tiny little ears. So, unfortunately, you know what? That's good right there. I think we're actually going to switch over to this, and you guys can check out me weighing this stuff out. So hang 10, guys. You're awesome. So yeah, we have our scale, and we're gonna weigh some stuff out. You know what? I'm actually, sorry guys, I'm all willy-nilly. You're just gonna have to, deal with just looking at the mold for now. Sorry about that. But this is the part you're really gonna want to see, not the part that I'm currently working on. Cool, cool. All right, sweet. So I'll try and narrate as I go along what I'm doing so you guys can kind of see. But we're going to start with 200A, 200B of the hard foam. It's equal parts. See how it goes. Zero out the scale. Really bummed at my other camera. It overheated. Otherwise, I'd be showing you guys this stuff right here. Alas, no dice. Again, with the foam, wear protective gear. Safety glasses, gloves, whole 9 yards. You don't want to get this shit in your eyes. Speaking of which, I'm going to put my gloves on. I think 200 will get us pretty close to what we want. Won't be perfect, but it'll be pretty close. So, and we're going to be pouring out of 5-gallon buckets, which can be a bit tricky, but we'll do it. So, see down in the little corner, you'll see I'm pouring out of this big boy right here. I'm going to go off screen for a second. We're going to pour 200 grams of this. Perfect. We're going to do 200 grams of the next one. We're going to mix it together, and we're going to see how it goes. So that's this right here. This one, not as full, but yeah. If you need to, go ahead and pour yourself smaller containers of this so you're not pouring out of 5 gallons. A lot of people aren't used to it. I've done it a lot, so I'm used to it. This stuff can react really quickly, so you don't want to mess around. You want to try and get your stuff weighed out pretty fast. You'll see, so it's kind of like a black color and a clear color, A and B. I'll show you guys here what I'm talking about. So kind of like this black mess, right? But you'll watch what happens when I start mixing it. It's one of the coolest reactions. First, it turns like this yellowy gold. You want to mix it really well, but fast. It can react really quickly. Scrape the sides. It's a foam. Remember, it's a foam, right? Go ahead and pour it in. Blip. Feel free to get excess wherever you want it. Now the fun part. We watch what happens. I promise it's not boring, okay? It's really cool shit. It's fun. It's exciting. And try and change that camera angle so you guys can see even better, okay? Just watch. We might have to add more, but you'll still see the effect of what I'm talking about here in a second. It's a polyurethane foam. So it's, all right, it's starting to fill up. Remember, this is hot too. The clay is pretty warm, which might be hopefully kicking off the foam a little bit faster than it normally would. All right, I see it filling the head. Looks like it's gonna come up the neck now. There it goes. Blam. Look at that grow. It's by far my favorite part of any time we do foam. Oftentimes foam kind of takes the shape of what's around it. So we might have to add more foam in these areas. But let's see what happens. You can kind of go in, kind of break it, but look how funny this stuff is. It is the strangest material. And remember, this stuff's hard. When it dries, I mean, it's tough shit. It might be worth us to go ahead and mix up a small batch of maybe like, I don't even know, 25, total of 50 grams, just to make sure that the outer ridge is filled up. So while that's still foaming, I'm going to do that. Just so you guys can see, by the way, this is that cup. It's already foamed up in here too, and it's warm. The chemical reaction is pretty warm. So we're going to do, I don't know, like I said, maybe, we definitely don't need that much. That was 200, 200. You know what? We can do 50-50. Let's do 50-50, and we can pour it in around these areas, make sure it fills in. Full cure time on this stuff isn't that long either. I want to say maybe, I mean, you can probably, wasn't for how soft the clay was, the foam itself probably half hour tops full cure time. You're good to go. So yeah, like I said, we're going to do 50-50. That's 100 grams, okay? Working on that right now. So there we go, 50-50 grams. So you guys can see, watch it here. Oh wow, this is emanating. It's already started to cure. So we're mixing this up. The whole point of this was just to fill in some of these weird spots right here. And it should just fill these areas up on the corners. So let's see what happens. Also, wow, look at that cup from the first mix, totally filled up. It's insane. Yeah, you guys can see it starting to fill up. Those corner areas like we wanted. Nice and hard already. Wow, look at that. Look at it grow, guys. Look at it grow. So you guys keep looking at that for a second. So yeah, we'll want to wait. I'll probably wait overnight. Make sure all that clay that was in there was really warm. Wait for that to cool down and mold it tomorrow or Monday. But now that that foam is there, that clay has a backing that will hold its structure. From there, we'll be able to, make a matrix mold of it and then reproduce as many of these life casts as we want. We'll be, being that say a 1/4 inch of that inside layer is clay. So if there's any deformations from the life cast or anything like that, even the ears, we'll likely be able to go in and fix those up. Any air bubbles, any major problems. That's the hope anyways. And since we used body double, let's talk about that real quick before we wrap up. Back when we did the life cast, we used body double silicone on the face, and we reinforced it, plaster bandage on the front half and the back half. Body double is a platinum silicone, safe for life casting. This mold that we made of the life cast, we can pull as many positives from it as we want. After this clay and foam one, we could do a plaster one. We could just keep going and keep going and keep going. But we hopefully this one will be good enough. We'll fix it up and we'll mold that, create a fiberglass version of this as a perfect one with any air bubbles filled and stuff like that. And then we can sculpt on that. We can do appliance work. We can build cowls. We can build as many things off of it as we want. It'll be a really nice life cast. I think we life casted her right about here. So like armpit, like peak to armpit peak. So we'll even have shoulders if we wanted to build it down. Today was a long day, guys. I really appreciate for those of you who hung out and watched everything. We made a mold, we put keys in it, we poured silicone, our degasser shat out, we had some audio problems, we had multiple camera problems. Music probably ended a while ago, and for that I apologize. But overall it was, as far as I'm concerned, a really successful stream. I really appreciate any and all of the people that stopped by, whether it was on Reddit or YouTube or Twitch or Facebook, who watched all of this. Again, on Twitch and YouTube, you can find me at creatively_cursed. You can see all the cool videos we're going to be posting and all the different special effects related stuff we're going to do. I did want to touch real quick on our Discord. Our Discord is creatively_cursed. Please join. Feel free to post whatever you want as far as any of the work maybe that you're working on. Illustration, photography, sculpting, doesn't matter. Go ahead, jump on there, post it in the proper channel. Get feedback from other artists. We're trying to build a community of IRL artists. There's so many other people out there doing digital art, but few people really embracing still the old ancient ways of physical art. So jump over to that Discord and check it out. I'm going to have a little stream ending video here in a second that will go over the details for all my social media. Be sure to follow me there. There's going to be some stuff I post there that I don't post and I don't live stream, just quick little videos. So be sure to check that out. Again, it's been a long day. I really appreciate everyone and all the positive feedback you guys left and the interesting questions. So hit me up and I'll catch you guys next time. Stay safe and have a great weekend.